is the only one that has welcomed any new information in this case.
Is there a yes or no to
present new credible information? Present new information.
Are the victims credible or not?
Patel argues he can't release more of the files because of court opinions. There has been a lot of accusation about who is behind political violence since the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Scott McFarland reports.
A 2024 report funded by the National Institutes of Justice, part of the U.S. Department of Justice, said the number of far-right attacks continues to outpace all other types of terrorism. But that report has recently been removed from the Department of Justice website. Democrats at a U.S. House committee showed the change in an exhibit released at a hearing today, but the department is not commenting.
The European Union's announced its toughest plan yet to pressure Israel to end the war in Gaza. Tariffs could be increased on Israeli goods. That according to the EU's foreign policy chief.
The aim is not to punish Israel. The aim is to improve the humanitarian situation in Gaza.
The 27-nation EU has been split over the war, and it's unclear whether a majority will agree to the new measures. On Wall Street, stocks finished mixed. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Let me tell you about this new Pretzel Cheddar Club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with cherry berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
They're toasting a bloom as tall as a telephone pole in the Midwest. Deborah Rodriguez reports.
Guinness World Records has crowned Alex Babich the new Sunflower King.
I started the seed in a house in a cup the last week of April.
It didn't take long for the flower to tower over his backyard in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Right now, our sunflower clover is 35 feet and 9 inches.
Alex says it's a tribute to his war-torn home country.
I was born and raised in Ukraine. Our sunflower is a national flower of Ukraine, so it's special to me.
He hopes his 10-year-old son will always remember.
I'm going to die someday, but the stories of this flower will live on.
Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Ben & Jerry's co-founder Jerry Greenfield is leaving the ice cream brand after 47 years. He says the company no longer has the freedom to speak up on social issues like it once did after being bought by Unilever. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
Think you've got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patty Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for two at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa only on Wave 105 FM.
Hafa Adai at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
Have you tried all 19 Subway Series sandwiches? All crafted to crave, from flavorful cheesesteaks and chicken subs, delicious Italianos, mouthwatering clubs, to the high-protein deli heroes. The Subway Series delivers maximum crave factor. Get what you're craving for today. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Hafa Adai, Guausi, Pauly, Suba. Don't forget to catch the Brightside every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. I want to send so much love to our sponsors, Micropack, Local Jerk, GTA, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Chili's, and Subway. Take a break from all of that shade and join the bright side on Wave 105.
It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and our manager is absolutely crazy for dropping these deals. Right now, drive off in a brand new 2025 Eclipse Cross for just $24,995. That's $2,000 off the original price. Plus, check out our high-quality pre-owned vehicles, fully inspected and ready for the road. Get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com or call 478-AUTO to schedule your test drive today. It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and everything must go.
Bolt your doors, lock your windows, turn off your lights, and come with me into the Weird Darkness. I'm Darren Marlar, the host of Weird Darkness, every Thursday night from 6 to 8 here on Wave 105.1. Every week on Weird Darkness, you'll hear 2 hours of stories of the paranormal, supernatural, legends, lore, crime, conspiracy, mysterious, macabre, unsolved, and unexplained. Weird Darkness, this Thursday night at 6 on Wave 105.1.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show. All right, Hafa Adai, everybody, and welcome to the Brightside here on Wave 105.1 FM. We'll be getting started with Pauly, Suba in just a bit. But of course, we want to thank some amazing people for bringing you the show. Big shout outs to our friends over there at Chili's. More live, great food and memories happen here. We want to thank our friends at Code School of Guam. Learn, code, and lead at the island's first coding boot camp. Your future in tech begins with us at Code School of Guam. We also want to thank our friends at Micropack. You can check them out today. They're taking care of you. If you're looking for the greatest speaker, they probably got a bunch ready for you to take a look at and try out. Big shout out to our friends at Micropack. We also want to thank our friends at GTA. We start with you. Thank you to our friends at Subway. You got to refresh to be fresh. Try out their 19 Subway series sandwiches. Any 19 of those or all of them. And you can order it online at subwaypacific.com. Place your order and pick it up at your convenience, or you can get it delivered to you. It's powered by Good to Go. We deliver. We want to thank our friends at Sentinel Security Solutions, Guam's premier provider of professional security services. They're delivering operational excellence and protective services across commercial, industrial, and residential sectors. We also want to thank our friends at Sherwin-Williams. The wet season is here, and your roof needs to be ready. So don't wait for that blazing sun or pounding rain anymore. Get weather-ready coatings. Be smart, be prepared, and ask Sherwin-Williams. Once again, you're tuned into the Brightside here on Wave. Let's go ahead and get the show started.
I ran into this girl the night before. She reminded me of a golden shore. She was nothing like your average girl next door. She liked DVDs, tattoos, and Paramore. She'd say, half a mile ago, more por favor. And I'd say, sad dispenser to Gaigi color. And she'd paint colors round the galaxies and more. I ran into this girl the night before.
All right. Welcome to another Brightside here on Wave 105. Maybe it's not so bright outside. I heard a little bit of that rain was coming down, right? But it is here on Wave 105, the talk of Guam. Biba Webis, it's Thursday, 2:09 in the afternoon. We're going to go to the phone lines now, right? And so I don't want to take up too much of his time. He was part of the first panel discussion this morning at the Guam Defense Forum. This is none other than the Honorable Mayor of Inalahan, Anthony Chargaloff Jr. Hafa Adai, senor.
Hafa Adai.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to learn more about your panel discussion, especially for our audience members that were unable to go to the Guam Defense Forum. I have to say, the little amount of time that I was there, I was extremely optimistic that what was said earlier in your panel was that those that are in military service, their priority is to deter war. I think that was somebody in your panel by the name of Dr. Andre Stridiron. manager of U.S. Indo-Pacific Command. He said, no one is inviting war. No one is looking forward to war. We are prepared for anything that happens. And so as a mayor of the village of Inalahan, and knowing that this panel is about partnering with civil authorities for contingency planning, I imagine that means talking with the office of the governor consistently and civil defense for any kind of emergency, right? And so you've been through Typhoon Mawar, so talking about Typhoon Mawar, but also now talking about man-made threats.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyways, first of all, it's yes, absolutely. I appreciate the fact that our U.S. military is taking the approach that we want to try to venture first for peace over war, obviously. But while we're posturing for that, we also want to make sure that we are strengthening our numbers here, because the military's mantra is peace to strength. So the bigger that we get, of course, we're just trying to show that our potential, and we're hoping that, our adversary is going to say, not today, we're just not that big yet. So obviously they're doing their job, and we are appreciative of that. But then simultaneous to that, also in discussion like with issues like Mawar, one of the biggest things that I said regarding Mawar is that, the whole generation literally passed something like 21 years before any major catastrophic storm like Mawar did when it came through.
Yeah.
And I think one of the lessons learned that I echoed out in that forum is that we need to have more of that kind of gathering, like a forum setting, so that we understand truly, because every 4 years, potentially leaders change, whether it be military, whether it be civilian leaders, and we all need to kind of keep abreast of who the new leaders are, more importantly, what kind of resources exist for us to mitigate any kind of catastrophic damage to the island. And so in this case, I want to say that it literally took, I believe something like a week or 10 days before we, the Mayor's Council, found out or was made aware that there was water available by the cases to be given out to our people. So, these are some of the things that I think I got off from the forum, that we need to do a continue collaboration between our military partners, because, when they fail, we fail. When we fail, they fail. So again, because there's this unified approach of, one Guam, I believe that if everybody can take that wholeheartedly and let's make it come to fruition in terms of whatever they do inside the base, we want to replicate outside, and whatever we do outside, we want to, of course, have it be receptive inside, so that collectively, at the end of the day, we're doing what is good for the entire people of Guam. Because at some point, a lot of these military people that get stationed in Guam end up retiring here because they fell in love with the people and the island, and
or marrying.
So we have to be harmonious in so many different ways.
Right. Or marrying into the families.
Absolutely. Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. And so you mentioned, right, like 21 years since I think it was Pongsong Wall. And then you're right, my kids never went through a major typhoon until Typhoon Mawar. And so you're mentioning maybe we need to have a couple more forums, maybe even town hall meetings. How do you see your villagers, your residents in Inalahan? Are they prepared for the next disaster now? If it were to happen in a week?
That, a lot of it had to do with the way that our office was handling the situation, right? So we went through no power, no water, and of course we were having a hard time fueling up. But one of the things that we did, at least in Inalahan, is we found out that there was water. We didn't have water down in our area, but we found out that there was water in Zotnya. So what our team did was we loaded up our trucks with these boat bins, and we loaded them up, and we kept coming down back and forth. We literally did a 30-hour of this exercise of bringing water down and hauling it before water was restored. But at least we were able to manage the crisis at the moment, and calm down their expectations, so that they know that at least you may not get it on this round in terms of getting potable water, but we are coming back. So we had a rotational, and so of course going back every generation, especially my age, anybody above 50 went through this already. Is the new generation, and I'm glad that they were able to. I'm not happy that there was a storm, but I'm happy that they were able to understand and see firsthand what a crisis in terms of the aftermath of a storm looks like, because, it's something that we go through each and every time. It's not like the COVID epidemic where the entire world was caught offhand with that, right? So, but with typhoon, we're supposed to be experts in this. The unfortunate thing is we never had a significant storm for 20, 21 years. But like I said, what I reiterated in that forum is we need to now make sure that at least every 4 years, I mean, if we can do it annually, great. But at minimum, every 4 years, because when leadership changes, we need, everybody, in this case, there's some new mayors that came on board. They need to know where the resources, what's the direction they need to go to, who's the point of contact, so that they're able to mitigate whatever's going on within their respective villages,
Understood, yeah. I'm just wondering, with all of the conversation, right? I mean, when we have a disaster and everybody mobilizes over as civil defense, the Guam National Guard gets involved. Were you hearing more of in the forum how Navy members, Marine members, now that we have Camp Blas, Anderson Air Force Base, coming outside of the base to assist sister residents during and after emergencies? Because when I was interviewing some people after Typhoon Mauer, the military had to take care of the down lines and the flooding that was happening on base. And so it took a while for them to even be able to respond to the things outside, because they had to deal with their own damages. Right.
So first and foremost, the military is out here for a reason. They do have a mission that they need to uphold. And so, and they're, they're great partners. They're always willing to come out and help. Of course, they need to make sure that they're, it's almost like I can't go help you, my neighbor, if my house is in a wreck, right? So we understood that. The unfortunate thing is that they sustained some really heavy damages as well.
Yeah.
Again, as a result, because a lot of, like you said, down power lines and fallen trees or what have you, a lot of this was kind of like overlooked in so many different ways, simply because they had a change of command so many times. Imagine the span of 21 years, a change of command. And so there was never really this setting where the meetings, plan and rehearse exercise came into play.
Right.
So that's what now we're trying to emphasize now is, hey, continue to plan and rehearse. And let's not ever get off of that approach, because that's going to be beneficial moving forward. And they made it very clear they really wanted to get out and help us. I mean, I reached out to my sister squadron in the Air Force. The unfortunate thing, and they were showing me photos of all the things they had to do. And I personally went in there, I think, after 3 weeks, and sure enough, I saw all the devastation in Anderson. And so I understood. But more importantly, moving forward, it's, it was later disclosed to me that I could have went to them and borrowed chainsaws and what have you.
Wow.
Again, but those that if lacking a plan and rehearse kind of scenario or a forum to get together annually. That's what I'm saying. We didn't know what kind of resources was available, but we have to have that discussion moving forward for sure.
Yeah, you're right, because Admiral, it's not Manoni, Admiral
Lansky?
No. So Admiral Huffman just showed up after the typhoon, and they were doing a change of command, right? After Typhoon Mauer, he showed up, and he said as he was landing, he could see all the devastation, Anderson, Jigo, and whatnot, right? And he just got handed over the command of Joint Region Marianas. Guess what? He's not here anymore. That's how fast.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's so you see, when Hoffman arrived, he probably had a good general idea of what kind of devastation could potentially occur in Guam.
Right.
The unfortunate thing is, there's new leadership now, and they're not even aware, so they're not going to be as mindful or as prepared or ready to respond, because they don't have the understanding of the magnitude of the potential damage that can happen, right?
Yeah, Midas is now here. So, in a span of 3 years, we see 3 different commanders from Joint Region Marianas, right?
Right.
Because they were just transitioning out the 2. Man, I forgot his name, but it's Admiral Huffman right after Typhoon Mauer. That was in 2023, and that he's gone, and now it's Admiral Midas that is here 2025. So they're coming through fast, right? And I think very strong standard operating procedure on how to partner up with civilian counterparts like mayors, because what I noticed with our governor is our governor understands the importance of the mayors. I'm not sure if the leadership over at Joint Region Marianas and Task Force Micronesia understands how empowering it is to partner with all the mayors as well, the council, right? Because I'm hearing from your president that you're not always invited to these discussions when it comes to partnering with local leaders. And I would say at least the president and the vice president need to be in those meetings.
Right, but so I believe that today I'm very thankful for the governor and lieutenant governor, and of course Veer Tapasana that is overseeing this forum. It was really good because there was a lot of enlightenment, and for me. And so, like I stated in this forum, as a mayor, I'm literally the conduit between the leadership and my constituents to be able to pass on the information so that we help manage their expectation and, of course, manage a crisis situation. So definitely this is something that I wholeheartedly am appreciative of. I've decided to stay the whole day today again to keep learning more about. And building the network has been very, very instrumental here. I've gotten a lot of business cards, and I am going to make the connection so that hopefully we can actually make this annual forum work, even if we only have to talk about, typhoons.
Sure.
But even more importantly, what if a war did break out? What do we do? And that's kind of like all the answers that we need to get answered and be better prepared so that we're able to manage whatever crisis that comes across our way.
Right. I know there was a question that was asked by your panel, how, are we prepared if, how soon could we go to war, right? And so that's when they had said, we're not prepared. We're not trying to entice anybody to go to war. Our priority is to deter war. No one is inviting war. And so they asked you as a mayor, right? So are your residents asking those questions? Are they concerned about the possibility of going to war? And you had said, not necessarily, but it is in the back of their minds. And that's so correct. I would say because of where we are and the climate, the geopolitics and the climate and how close we are to China and North Korea, this is something that we have to live with daily. It is a part of our life, but still, I get it. We cannot always be focused on that. We have our lives to live. We go to work. We watch our children play sports. They enjoy their daily lives, and so we have to manage all of that stress, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. By the way, I wanted to ask you, Pauly, did you stay back when they were talking about the economy of Guam and how a lot of our economy right now is kind of floating around because of all the military spending, the defense spending? Were you still around?
No, I didn't. Tell me, please.
Okay, so let me like you because I actually did bring this up. And so what had happened was the questions that was floating around for that panel that was there was once the defense spending starts dwindling down, how are we going to flex and how is our economy going to thrive? And so the statement that I made, and of course it's a food for thought, but I wanted everybody in the room to understand that, I understand there was a $10 million proposal made for Guam to do airline incentives, and try to promote, folks to come in from whether it be Korea, Japan, Taiwan, whatever.
Right.
And for what I mentioned was that I like to take that same approach because tourism works. We know that it has sustained us for many, many, many years.
Right.
But I also want us to look inward. And so here's the issue. There's approximately 25,000 veterans on Guam, but not everyone is actually getting compensation. A lot of them just don't file for compensation because they feel that, number one, they're not eligible. They don't even know that. They never even tried it out. Number two, they said, we didn't even go into a conflict area or war. And I'm like, you don't have to.
Yeah, you don't.
And then the last one is that a lot of them, I've heard horror stories about their other counterparts submitting in filings and then, of course, getting denied. And what I've learned is denial is actually a good thing because then you just need to read the fine print as to why you were denied, and a simple correction to that denial can get them actually compensated, right? So there's a slogan that every veteran says is, you serve, you deserve. But we need to somehow incentivize that now. For me, and this is my proposal, we take the same $10 million, we offer it out in form of incentives so that all the veterans can apply and hopefully get some level of compensation. And so you incentivize by saying, hey, I'll take $100 and give you for gas, a gas certificate, a fuel certificate, $100 to Payless, $100 to Benson, $100 to Home Depot, maybe up to a total of $500. Incentivize it so that the veterans will come out and apply for this, and the return of investment is this. Let's assume out of 25,000, just to be conservative, 15,000 of them finally are getting monies and they're up at 100%. That's 4,000 per veteran times 15,000 veterans that qualify. That's $60 million a month. In 1 year, that's $720 million that veterans alone can potentially bring into the island. But here's even a more optimistic number. If all 25,000 applied and they all got their 100% at minimum of 4,000, that's $100 million a month or $1.2 billion a year. And so I always stress tourism works. I wholeheartedly agree. But let tourism be the icing on the cake, and let this veterans be the one that generates. Because here's the thing. We learned is that in COVID, the tourism market dropped significantly. So there goes our cash cow. But if regardless whether it be a storm, whether it be COVID, whether it be whatever, the money coming from veterans is going to be consistent and constant. And so that's, I think if we just put some focus on this, I believe that the whole, we're all going to thrive, because not only is the veterans going to be getting money continuously, it's tax-free, right?
Yes.
But how does that trickle out to the economy? Of course, now they've never been to, for example, Dusit. Right. Now they're probably going to do a staycation. They're going to bring their kids, grandkids to now avail of the buffet, the brunch, whatever. Right. So, of course, that money's going to trickle out. Now they're able to buy their kids gifts. They're able to give. Now they're able to go back and give their kids a $100 gift certificate for fuel. So, of course, that money will eventually circulate out, and it's going to benefit everybody. And that's, to me, where I think I like to see a lot more focus on and looking inward. And the idea of us going and trying to attract Japan, Korea, and what have you, the thing is that we're not the only destination fighting for that same market. Hawaii is doing the same, and every other destination is fighting for that same group of people, right? So we need to kind of look inward, because we have the potential just here inside in Guam.
Absolutely. I think also when people have more, when they're thriving in their own homes and they're able to be financially independent, they're more willing to even give back. They feel blessed.
Absolutely.
They feel blessed about the opportunities they have, and then they look around like, well, how can I help my community now? And then maybe they go out and they volunteer their time and their energy, maybe a few more finances too, to spruce up parks and whatnot, right? And we don't always have to look at our government and say, hey, how come you're not fixing our park? Maybe we have some people in the community that are blessed, that can give back, especially if they're 100% benefits. That means they might not even be at work right now.
Right, and here's the bigger picture, right? So, obviously, when these veterans finally get compensated, they now can avail to whether it be the Naval Hospital, the community-based outreach clinic or outpatient clinic, or collectively, because if all 25,000, trust me, that's all that the federal government needs to know, is that many people have been on the registry. So it'll literally entice or force the federal government to build a veteran hospital. What that will do is relieve GMH, relieve GRMC, and every other clinic on the island, so that our other folks can avail of those services. Yeah. So that's one big win. We're able to build a new hospital strictly for the veterans, but more importantly, this has nothing to do much about the money, right? This is really about, man, you serve, you deserve. So at some point in your career, you went out there and stuck your head out and said, I'm willing to represent my island for freedom, defend our freedom. So at some point, you need to be compensated for that. So, and that's really why the big push, because, of course, the money's there, but more importantly, they're going to get basically free health care and all of that. That's a lot of savings already on the part of the veteran. They just need to apply and qualify.
Sure. And I'm not even saying that they all are going to hit 100%. They'll get something.
Right.
And so what was the response from the panel? Did you get a response back?
Oh, no. Yeah, so basically, there was pretty much a lot of claps in the audience, which, of course, is signifying approval and agreement. So it's now about getting our legislators together and
policy,
our senators together, and maybe let's put up $10 million and offer that out to the community again. Let's get it by, because here's the way I look at it. Even if we took the $10 million and incentive, because you're not going to get any kind of incentive until you physically apply. But here's the thing. So even if they physically apply and they get denied, of course they can go back and rewrite their whole claim.
Right.
But more importantly, that money stays here and it's recirculated. That $10 million gets recirculated back into the economy.
Right.
So it's a win-win no matter how you put it, right? It's a win-win.
Very. I like the idea. You got to throw them all out, right? And there are no bad ideas. And so that sounds like a policy that, either a legislator can take on, or maybe you might be looking to change positions and move over to the legislature and do it yourself. I don't know. We'll see.
So at least the optimistic part is that I have already received several texts from some senators who want to sit down and allow for me to kind of explain the whole process. And it sounds like there's some biters in this. And, like I said, it's going to benefit not just the island, but benefit our own people, our direct veterans who did their time and served,
Nice. Well, I'm going to let you go back and learn more and take it all in, but I appreciate this always. And maybe sometime next week we can even get you back on for you to share what else you learned throughout the forum, because I'm not able to go back there. I know that's going to be on until after 5 even, right?
Right. Yeah. Well, I intend to leave her by before 4:30. But thank you, Pauly. I appreciate it, giving me the opportunity to kind of express, how we can all win-win here.
There you go. All right, Mayor. I appreciate you. Have a great weekend.
Okay, you too. Likewise.
At just 2:32 in the afternoon. Again, that was Mayor Anthony Chargaloff of Inalahan. He was part of a panel discussion on partnering with civil authorities for contingency planning. And so who else was on the panel? Attorney Jeff Moots, the legal counsel of the Office of the Governor, Captain Henry Elliott, the Commander of Navy Reserve Defense, Colonel Derek Holbrook, Coordinating Officer of U.S. Army Pacific Defense, and Dr. Andre Stridiron, a manager of the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command Pacific Multi-Domain Training and Experimentation Capability Program. When I look at this, when I look at partnering with civil authorities for contingency planning, I'm thinking who else I would want to hear from. I would want to hear from BSP, the Bureau of Statistics and Planning, and I'd also want to hear somebody from Civil Defense or Office of Homeland Security. I did notice, though, that Office of Civil Defense or Homeland Security, she is on here. Esther Agagi, I saw, was on the agenda, but on a later panel. Oh, fortifying AI-driven cybersecurity in Guam defense ecosystem. So, former Adjutant General of the Guam Army National Guard, Esther Agagi, was on that panel. And so, again, we're actually on the other side of this. We're actually going to discuss the policy making, because I was there for that one. I was able to record a couple of statements from those that were on this panel, charting the course policy making for Guam's defense readiness. Speaker Frank Blas Jr. was on this panel. Senator Jesse Lujan, Senator Tina Muñoz Barnes, Ricky Orsini, who is the policy director for the Office of the Governor, Dr. Anita Borja Enriquez of the University of Guam, she's the president, and then also Verita Pasnia, the executive director she is the military liaison or director of the military liaison office with the office of the governor. And so they were discussing policy making. And so we'll start talking about that one after these. This is Wave 105. Biba Webis. It's the bright side.
When your company achieves success, it deserves more than recognition. It deserves a celebration. The Hilton Guam Resort and Spa will set the stage for events that inspire, impress, and bring teams together. From board meetings to year-end parties, the Hilton's dedicated team ensures every detail reflects your company's excellence. And when you book your banquet, enjoy exclusive savings on guest rooms. The Hilton Guam Resort and Spa, where businesses celebrate success. Call 671-646-1835, extension 5306 to plan your next corporate event. When your company achieves success, it deserves more than recognition. It deserves a celebration. The Hilton Guam Resort and Spa will set the stage for events that inspire, impress, and bring teams together. From board meetings to year-end parties, the Hilton's dedicated team ensures every detail reflects your company's excellence. And when you book your banquet, enjoy exclusive savings on guest rooms. The Hilton Guam Resort and Spa, where businesses celebrate success. Call 671-646-1835, extension 5306 to plan your next corporate event.
Think you've got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patty Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for two at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa only on Wave 105 FM.
The new and improved Chili's 3 for Me deal is here. Starting at $12.99, get a drink, an appetizer, and an entree. You heard right. You can get a Coke, chips and salsa, and an old timer with cheese for only $12.99. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
Hafa Adai at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
Have you tried all 19 Subway Series sandwiches? All crafted to crave, from flavorful cheesesteaks and chicken subs, delicious Italianos, mouthwatering clubs, to the high-protein deli heroes. The Subway Series delivers maximum crave factor. Get what you're craving for today. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Hafa Adai, Guausi, Pauly, Suba. Don't forget to catch the Brightside every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. I want to send so much love to our sponsors, Micropack, Local Jerk, GTA, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Chili's, and Subway. Take a break from all of that shade and join the bright side on Wave 105. All right, welcome back. The Bright Side here on Wave 105. Biba Webis, 2:39 in the afternoon. Before we get into this panel discussion, I wanted to ask, how was the Milatef and Chessa?
Oh, Milatef and Tessa was really great.
Yeah?
Man, it was a really great turnout. Thanks to everybody who came out.
It was at Hyatt, right?
Yes, it was at the Hyatt. The chefs did a phenomenal job. They had, like how I was talking about, they had a Tabasco challenge, and then they had their People's Choice challenge. And the winners, so the winner for the Tabasco challenge was our friends from Dusatani.
Okay.
And then the overall
What did they do with Tabasco?
Oh my gosh, they had it there.
No, it's okay.
I totally blanked there, but gosh, they had it all set up though. It was really nice. They had all the all the different foods they had set up for the Tabasco competition. And then the overall winner for People's Choice was our friends from Mezcla.
Okay.
And I remember
what was their special ingredient?
Well, their special ingredient,
because I know there was like coconut.
Yeah, there was different ones.
What is it? The lemon. right?
Yes,
the tomorrow lemon. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
Did the cherry win?
The cherry didn't win, but can I just tell you, Pauly, it was really good. So I think what they did with the cherry was, I think it was for their Tabasco competition, actually.
Okay.
Or I don't know, but they made a drink.
Oh,
and it
that's
was
what I was
so
expecting.
Yummy.
I was expecting a drink of some sort.
Yeah, so they did exactly that, and that was actually really tasty.
It's a Manzanita cherry, right?
Yes.
They didn't win?
No. And that's our friend from Primo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it a pizza?
No, they didn't do pizza.
What did they do?
Why am I blanking out all the good food that I had yesterday? No, I'm serious. I'm really like
What did I eat?
Did I even eat? I drank the drink. Oh, they made. Oh, okay. I remember. It was like this. So they had the tilapia, the fish. They had pickled onions, and they had some kind of mixture. And I'm so sorry to our friends at Prima. I should have done a better job at remembering, but it was kind of like this mixture. It gave me like. The way it looked reminded me of like a chutney.
Okay.
Like kind of thick and whatnot. Nice. And then they had I don't think it was called.
So it was a lot of food, right?
It was a lot of food, and there was even more food. Like we were encouraging everybody to just take home food.
Really? You could take home food?
I mean, at the end of the night, you know what I mean? But girl, if you bring a napkin, just bring a big bag, just bring a container. No one to be like, I'm being sustainable.
Yeah.
And no one's really gonna question. I mean, you know what I mean? True. I think at the end of the night, they just want to make sure all that food that was made goes somewhere. You know what I mean?
So Mezcla won the entire thing?
Yeah, but People's Choice. They made like.
So what was it? So everybody there that tried the food, they were all like judges in a sense.
Correct.
And
yeah, they had like little ballots.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, have a call. Yeah, I'll just take it.
All right, let's.
Yeah, somebody's calling us. Yeah.
You're here.
You're on the air. Hafa Adai, Wave 105. Hello.
This is the CIA.
Hey, CIA, what's up?
I'm out here since 7. I've been bush cutting, raking, trimming trees, making it look good, planting some ponytail, palm trees, looking around and put my donia in my pumpkin tips. And,
there you go, being sustainable.
Being self-subsistence and, thinking about the future. And maybe if I don't get to enjoy it, maybe the family will.
Right, exactly.
And, just making it look good and taking pride and honor.
Yeah, because you don't grow trees to lie in the shade. You grow trees for others to end up lying in the shade or grow. Plant trees.
And taking pride and honor and piece of the rock.
Right.
That's what it's all about.
Right.
To know that we got a piece of the rock, too, because the way they go on that, they want to build training, guard training, and all that kind of stuff. It's like, better build homes for people, because a lot of people don't have homes.
Right.
You guys can train anywhere else, and, you got so many down already. What's going on here? Don't mess with the South, man. They don't need to be destroyed, and then all that runoff, and then all the fish, and then we're going to go fishing, and malaloli pop them and soup out.
Right.
But yeah, just doing that, Pauly, and staying out of trouble, because, man, let me tell you, I was over at Kentucky Fried Choice, and this guy walks right up to the window frame and puts his cigarette there and then goes in and orders. He's like, whoa.
That's not
not
cool.
place to put the cigarette. I was going to say, hey, that's not a place to put your cigarette, man. We
Right.
put it in the cigarette. But that's the way it is, and we got to take more, because we're not like that, man. We don't live in, it looks like places where I go to, it's like, whoa, can somebody come and clean up the floor here? Or, I know it's not your position, but take pride in your job. So when people walk in, they're going to say, yeah, this place is nice.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean, Pauly?
I agree with you 100%.
But yeah, man, hey, I'm just doing what I do, and I've already, and Attorney Douglas Mullen is running for governor.
Is he?
That's what I heard.
He's contemplating. I haven't seen the official press release saying such. He's contemplating.
Well, I'm just saying we can't even see him as an attorney general. You know, going to be a governor, and every time we go to look for him, he's going to say out in the field. But what field? Left, center, right? I don't think so, man. Because I stood up for that guy when he was running for attorney general, man. I stood up and I fought for him, and anyone badmouthed him, I'd stand up for him. And But now he won't even give you the time of day. And it's like Attorney General Douglas Mullen, you want me to open up some doors for you when you said you were investigating government corrupt officials? You're a top dog there, couldn't find nothing. I mean, I'm not even the top dog, but you want me to open some doors for you? And you'll say, how did he do that? Instead, just like that, man. Born and raised here and what's going on. And it's not nice when people can just walk in, get a signature, file it, record it, pay $25, and the house is mine. And Pauly, remember that time when they gave out those grants down at the Micronesia? You were there passing out applications so people can fill them if you lost your business or, whatever, during the COVID?
The PUA?
Remember that?
The pandemic unemployment?
That when the COVID hit us.
Okay.
People had businesses or want to apply to,
sure,
get the business started and all that. You were there.
I was there?
Yeah, you were.
Maybe I was there.
She said, and guess who helped me fill my application? I go, who's with Pauly Suba? And it's like, hey.
Hey, wow.
You had nothing to do with that, man. But whenever you're an official and you work in a position where you use that position to maneuver and do what you do because you know what you're doing and you know that people are there and you do it, it's called stealing it illegally. Shame on you. If they have given me that opportunity, I'm going to open doors and say, there you go. And I don't want to do that, man, because he's going to say, that's my sister, bro. I'd have to throw him out on the doorstep and everything, every last time, and didn't even say thank you to me. Sometimes I want to bite him back, man, but because I don't like that, Pauly. I don't come from that kind of family, man, and if they needed it, hey, if it was given, hey, it's okay. But they fly around the world, they drive Lexus and BMW and everything, and come to take the dirt from underneath them after she was. That's not nice. It was for everybody. But according to your, the stop sign to the street light and the meter and all that, man, and they knew that no one's going to listen to him. Go to the attorney, goes, you got 250,000. He's like, wait a minute here. I go to the attorney, dog, his top dog is, that's from mommy. So, let me tell you, Pauly, man, I got brother and sister who are cops, man, and they're conspiracy to commit this, and they're all sitting pretty, and it's, I don't think that way, man. And they threw me out of time. Too strong. And that hurts, man. And I'm still me. I don't want to go hang myself or anything like that. It makes me mad the way it was done. And sometimes I want to bite back, Pauly, and they're supposed to be protecting us. Some of them up there and talk to the officials, and you're supposed to be protecting them. I know that, and you're doing your dirty deeds. And one of them worked for the Gigi and Mike Cruz and and you played the game. Shame on you. They listen to me. This is me, man, and I'll never forget because you want me to come do that to your mom and dad? I don't think so. So that's where I'm at, Pauly, and I'm trying to get this thing addressed so it can be settled once and for all because it bothers me every second of my life because of what they did. And it's not nice, man, because I take my shirt off and I took your all of them. And then they turn around and did that, didn't even say thank you. Pauly, hey, you're a good guy, man, and keep up the good work. And
thank you for calling.
Maybe one day they'll say, hey, that's that guy, I know him. I hope not. Therese July for governor.
There you go. Take care. Appreciate you very much, Kaduku. Let me see here. We're about 11 minutes out to the 3 o'clock hour, right? So let's just pivot. We'll save some of these audio files. Senator Tello Taitigui was also at the forum. I think I was not there. I didn't go at all yesterday. But she put out a release from a panel discussion that took place yesterday. And she's pushing for drone defense. So she said she's worried about Guam having no clear drone defense plan.
How did I lose it? I had it. Oh, because I'm just looking up something else first. Okay, so she mentions about she shares about some of the conflicts, right, in Ukraine, drones causing massive damage in urban warfare. In Israel and Gaza, drones exploiting missile defense gaps and being used for targeted strikes. China recently had a parade unveiling new drone weapon systems. She asks, how will the Department of War address this and prepare Guam for this new aspect of warfare? Are there any immediate plans to develop and integrate drone defense into the enhanced integrated air and missile defense system? And the response that she got from the question was from Colonel Chris Wary, Army Senior Strategist, Chief of Strategy and Campaigns, and of Defense Strategy Posture. He said small drones are most effective close to land targets. Ukraine is a different context. Guam's distance from the mainland China makes long-range drone attacks harder. Counter drone systems are being developed, but their deployment depends on intelligence assessments of actual threats. And so when the senator raised the idea of drones being launched from ships or nearby islands, Colonel Wary still she's saying that she feels that he downplayed the likelihood that Guam would be a priority target for drone attacks. However, she flags China's rapid satellite growth and fiber optic cable deployment, warning these could expose Guam's defense vulnerabilities. And Colonel Wary admits that these were concerns, acknowledging Guam could face risks from China's expanding network. During the panel was called "Winning Without Fighting," and I even heard that today when I was there. Winning without fighting. And so she asks about China's influence in nearby Pacific nations, right? In the FSM, Fiji, Kiribati, Papua New Guinea, as she points out the infrastructure projects, maritime resource deals, and also trade relationships. And so she asks what this meant for Guam's security if conflict broke out. And so I'm somewhat familiar with the Belt and Road Initiative that China is doing, trying to create like this imaginary belt around the world, connecting the trade routes from mainland China, then going all the way, hitting the Pacific, South America, and then back up into Europe and India, and then down to China. And so that's a concept that I've watched a couple YouTube videos. I'm not an expert on it. I just watched some things to try to better understand it, right? And so Rear Admiral Josh Lasky called it out too, right? And he says China's Pacific push to its Belt and Road Initiative in Africa, and I forgot Africa too. Africa and the Middle East, initially attractive but often leading to bad deals that countries regret. The U.S. is highlighting those failures to warn Pacific partners. Many governments prefer the U.S. and Western partnerships in the long run, since China's contracts often lead to heavy debt collection. And so the U.S. says capital flows slower and investors want returns that may take years. And so the U.S. is kind of can be at a disadvantage. So, according to her release that she posted this morning, she's not satisfied with either response. And so she said even after the sessions, the Department of War is discounting drones as a threat. Despite clear evidence from Ukraine and Gaza, drones can not only fly but also operate underwater, a potential new front. China's satellite and fiber optic network buildup creates vulnerabilities. China's growing ties with the Pacific Island nations could surround Guam with unfriendly leverage. China is closer than we think, she says. And so, again, that's the release that came out this morning with her being at the forum. I'll give you the whole quote here. Though the Department of War lauded their recent defense developments and capabilities, they discounted my concerns with drone warfare playing a significant role in a potential conflict between China and the U.S. and Guam. We have seen the devastation of drone warfare in Ukraine and Gaza. We know that drones can successfully exploit missile defense systems. Let's not forget drones not only fly but also are capable of maneuvering underwater. With China's rapid advancements in their satellite and fiber optic cable networks, a new kind of war waged with drones is on the horizon and could make its way to Guam. China has also been aggressively attempting to establish strong relationships with Pacific Island nations, some of which surround Guam. The Department of War cannot discount the growth of China's power and influence in the Indo-Pacific. This will have an impact on Guam's security. It is imperative of the Department of War to assess the developments, anticipate adequate defenses and protocols to address these concerns. China is closer than we think. That is Senator Tello Taidagui with her release. So the Department of War, I think it Miss Beneventi, right? So she asked the question yesterday, and we shared it on the air yesterday. And then she asked another question: what's up with this change? Why is it now considered now being called Department of War instead of Department of Defense? Is there a Department of Defense? So I heard that it was there was a response from Navy Reserve Defense Coordinating Element West Commander Captain Harry Elliott. And I don't know, it came off like he's a little bit like, don't you read executive orders? And she goes, no, I don't. Actually, she said it in a more calm way. Actually, I don't. I'm busy farming and taking care of my children. And I'm like, you deserve that, sir. You deserve that response. Are you kidding? He said it in a joking way, but no, people are not reading the executive orders.
This is not a
every
joke.
time the president puts out an executive order. So when you go and look at the executive order, to be fair, he does say, he is correct that it is a secondary term. They are one and the same. You can still call them the Department of Defense, and they can also be called the Department of War. It says, by authority vested in me as the president by the Constitution of the laws of the United States of America, President George Washington signed into law a bill establishing the United States Department of War to oversee the operation on August 7, 1789, 236 years ago. The Secretary of Defense is authorized to use the use of this additional secondary title, the Secretary of War, and may be recognized by the title in official correspondence, public communications, ceremonial contexts, and non-statutory documents within the executive branch. The Department of Defense and the Office of the Secretary of Defense may be referred to as the Department of War and the Office of the Secretary of War, respectively, in the context described in subsection A of this section. The provisions of this section shall also apply as appropriate. So yeah, it's correct. It's not what you're saying, it's how you're saying it sometimes. And no, a farmer isn't always reading these executive orders. And so when you do look at the fact sheet, the order authorizes the Secretary of Defense, the Department of Defense, and subordinate officials to use secondary titles such as Secretary of War, Department of War, and Deputy Secretary of War. However, the order does instructs the Secretary of War to recommend actions to include legislative and executive actions required to permanently rename the U.S. Department of Defense to the U.S. Department of War. So as it stands, it is the Department of Defense, and it has two names now. Kind of like I'm Paul, but I'm Pauly. I actually only answer to Pauly because when you say Paul, I'm thinking you're calling my dad or my grandfather. And so, but yes, I have two names, and so does the Department of Defense. 2:59 in the afternoon, we will take the break. On the other side, we're going to be talking about the International Coastal Cleanup with our friends from the Bureau of Statistics and Plans. It is happening once again, September 20th. That's 2 days from now, Saturday at 6:30 a.m., all around the island of Guam. And so We'll talk to Stephen Durking of BSP in just a bit. 3 o'clock on the dot. KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
KGUM. This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The Fed lowered a key interest rate by a quarter point today. Analyst Dean Baker of Jerome Powell's thinking.
What he's looking at is, on the one hand, the clear evidence of inflation. Inflation is accelerating moderately. The main factor here is, of course, the tariffs, probably also deportations, pushing up farm prices in many items. But the other thing that he's looking at is the weakness of the labor market.
It was the first cut this year. The Fed indicated 2 more cuts could be coming. Fired CDC Director Susan Menares was on Capitol Hill today explaining things to lawmakers.
It lasted 29 days. Since my removal, several explanations have been offered. That I told the secretary I would resign, that I was not aligned with the administration priorities, or that I was untrustworthy. None of those reflect what actually happened.
She said she was ordered by Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy to resign if she didn't sign off on new vaccine recommendations that are expected to be released later this week. FBI Director Kash Patel was also back on the Hill for a second day. Senator Pramila Jayapal questioned him about the Epstein files.
Are these women credible? It's a yes or no answer.
I have answered the question.
Well, what is the answer?
I'm telling you, I'm the only FBI director that has welcomed new information in this case. This administration is the only one that has welcomed any new information in this case.
Is there a yes or no to
present new credible information? Present new information.
Are the victims credible or not?
Patel argues he can't release more of the files because of court opinions. There has been a lot of accusation about who is behind political violence since the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Scott McFarland reports.
A 2024 report funded by the National Institutes of Justice, part of the U.S. Department of Justice, said the number of far-right attacks continues to outpace all other types of terrorism. But that report has recently been removed from a Department of Justice website. Democrats at a U.S. House committee showed the change in an exhibit released at a hearing today, but the department is not commenting.
The European Union's announced its toughest plan yet to pressure Israel to end the war in Gaza. Tariffs could be increased on Israeli goods, that according to the EU's foreign policy chief.
The aim is not to punish Israel. The aim is to improve the humanitarian situation in Gaza.
The 27-nation EU has been split over the war, and it's unclear whether a majority will agree to the new measures. On Wall Street, stocks finished mixed. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Let me tell you about this new pretzel cheddar club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
They're toasting a bloom as tall as a telephone pole in the Midwest. Deborah Rodriguez reports.
Guinness World Records has crowned Alex Babich the new Sunflower King.
I started the seed in a house in a cup the last week of April.
It didn't take long for the flower to tower over his backyard in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Right now, our sunflower clover is 35 feet and 9 inches.
Alex says it's a tribute to his war-torn home country.
I was born and raised in Ukraine. Our sunflower is a national flower of Ukraine, so it's special to me.
He hopes his 10-year-old son will always remember.
I'm going to die someday, but the stories of this flower will live on.
Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Ben & Jerry's co-founder Jerry Greenfield is leaving the ice cream brand after 47 years. He says the company no longer has the freedom to speak up on social issues like it once did after being bought by Unilever. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
Talk the way it should be. Wave 105 FM.
I'm Larry Magid with the Connect Safely report. If you're setting up a phone for a young child, be aware that both iOS and Android have lots of built-in tools to limit what the child can do with that device. Connect Safely Education Director Carrie Gallagher has thoughts on what types of things parents might let their kids do or not do.
They don't need all of the features at once right away. They don't need necessarily the ability to write email, the ability to get on social media, the ability to watch YouTube, the ability to do research. They might need the ability to text you and text their friends. They might need the ability to learn how to set alarms or set a to-do list for themselves.
More, including steps on how you can set parental controls, and the full Doing Tech Right podcast with Carrie at connectsafely.org/radio. With the Connect Safely report, I'm Larry Magid for CBS News.
Have wages caught up with prices? I'm Mark Hamrick with a Bankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. Even after years of strong pay increases, wages still haven't fully caught up with inflation. According to Bankrate's 2025 Wage to Inflation Index, prices have risen 22.7% since early 2021. Wages are up 21.5%, so that leaves a shortfall of 1.2 percentage points. This is progress compared to the worst of it. The gap peaked at nearly 5 points in 2022. Households are paying more than they're earning back still. Americans are noticing. Bankrate's Consumer Sentiment Survey finds more than half.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show. Hafa Adai, everybody, and welcome back here to the Brightside on Wave 105.1 FM. Of course, the show is being brought to you by friends at Chili's Grill and Bar. More live, great food, and great value happen here. Shout outs to our friends at Code School of Guam. Learn, code, and lead at the island's first coding boot camp. That's with our friends at Code School of Guam. We also want to thank our friends at Subway. You got to refresh to be fresh. Visit them online at subwaypacific.com. Place your order and pick it up at your convenience, or get it delivered to you. It's powered by Good to Go. We deliver. We also want to thank our friends over there at Micropack. You can check them out. Get your latest and greatest in technology, whether it's that new speaker, that new TV, or even a karaoke system. They got it for you. Check them out in the Micro Mall. They got 2 locations to serve you there, as well as their location in Challen, San Antonio, Tumani. We also want to thank our friends over at GTA. We start with you. Thank you to our friends over there at Sentinel Security Solutions. That's right. They are Guam's premier provider of professional security services. Be sure you check them out. They got protective services across commercial, industrial, and residential sectors. We also want to thank our friends at Sherwin-Williams. Rain's coming fast. Be ready and seal your roof with Sherwin-Williams silicone roofing. Protect what matters today and ask Sherwin-Williams. Once again, welcome here to the Brightside on Wave 105. Let's go ahead and get started.
I ran into this girl the night before. She reminded me of a golden shore. She was nothing like your average girl next door.
Welcome back. The Brightside here on Wave 105. To the phone lines we go, and we're going to be speaking with Stephen Jerking of the Bureau of Statistics and Planning. Hafa Adai, sir, thank you so much for the opportunity to learn more about this year, the 31st.
Hi, Pauly. Thanks for having me. Yeah, the 31st year. This is,
wow.
Last year we celebrated a milestone of about 30 years. We had that combined with, if you remember, last year, the Sandfest.
Nice.
Big celebration. So this year's our 31st.
Yeah.
And it's going to be this Saturday on the 20th. Most of the sites are starting about 6:30 a.m.
Right.
some are starting at 7. But, we just want to thank all of our partners, of course, BSP, the Office of the Governor, and, of course, the Lieutenant Governor's Island-wide Beautification Task Force.
Very cool. And so I'm already on the site to register, right? And so I sent the link over to our YouTube channel. So those that see it, they can screen grab or copy and paste the link, and then they can register. They'll know all about the cleanup, the site locations. There's even a waiver form, right? So those that are under the age of 18 need this?
Yeah, so minors under the age of 18, they'll need their parent guardian forms submitted to us.
Right.
A lot of the sites that you see on the website registration are already filled to capacity.
Wow.
And so so a lot of our central sites and northern sites have been filled up. But we're inviting people to try and sign up for what's left over. Some of the southern sites are still available.
Yeah.
And then of course, if you're close to a site, we don't want to turn anybody away that wants to come clean up. So, if you're close to a site and you want to come and help, please do come down. Definitely get you some supplies. Hopefully we have some T-shirts available, but just come down and join us, please.
This is one of the most popular events that students will sign up for, because we know that students in high school have to have so many community service hours,
credits,
right? Yeah.
So we coordinated that with the GDOE.
Right.
And some of the private schools are doing this as well.
Yeah.
And so we have participation forms for those that want to come down and help out, especially all the big groups of students.
Right.
A lot of organizations. And we have those forms available once you complete the cleanup.
It's always cool to see how much trash you pick up. We always ask, well, how many tons of trash was picked up? But, when you give a good when you give a high number, it's actually, when you really look at it, it's disappointing, right? And so, I'm glad that this happens every year. It's definitely needed, but we also need to continue to just share with our friends, our families, our colleagues, our coworkers, why it's important to not litter, right? Especially around the coast.
Yeah, I agree. And, so a lot of the trash that is left behind is unfortunate. We ask the people to take in what they take out, or take out what they take in, right?
Right.
Beaches when they go. Obviously, that's the best method to do. But some of the trash actually washes ashore from other places.
That's true.
That's a lot of the currents, right? Bring trash to our shores.
That is
true. So that's a yearly thing. So, unfortunately, the amount of trash we picked up last year or the year before is the same. Last year, 10 tons of trash, household trash, that is.
Right. But to see how many volunteers you get is always impressive. Like over 4,000 volunteers.
Yeah, Pauly. So I think we're about at 3,000 right now.
Okay.
So it's probably going to go up to hopefully 3,500 to 4,000.
Yeah.
We're trying to get that many people out. So
nice.
Look forward to the community getting together and coming out there and helping out clean up Guam, right?
So you mentioned, right, that you're not turning people away, but in order to get the really cool shirt, right, you need to register,
register online. You'll get that this really nice looking shirt. But it will probably have extras. So we're not going to definitely try and get these out to people that want to come and participate, right? And hopefully we'll have some shirts for people that just show up.
There you go. Is there anything else that you'd like to share? I don't want to keep you too long. I know you're very busy.
Yeah, we're right in the process of getting all of the supplies to our site leaders. This is the day they pick them up and they get them ready, and they're going to be setting up early in the morning. So just ask people to get out there and help us keep the island beautiful. We want to make sure that everybody's safe. So pair up with people. We want to use this thing called the Clean Swell app. So it really tracks the data.
I'm looking at that right now.
Yeah, so the Clean Swell app is pretty cool. It's you download the app and you're able to just put in the description of the trash that you're picking up. And this really helps with scientists around the world, right? Put together this information and things that we can do from a policy level as well on Guam. So download the app, work with a buddy, pick up the trash, identify it, and that's the fun part, I think, of getting this done.
Oh, heck yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate you extremely, and we'll continue to share this today and tomorrow as, again, some of the sites start at 6:30 or 7 a.m. I got the list here. And then also shout-outs to all of the site leaders. It's a lot of planning that goes into this, right?
We couldn't do this without them, and we want to thank them for their dedication to doing this every year. Really great.
All right,
Okay.
Stephen, I appreciate
Thanks.
this. Take care.
Thanks, Pauly. Take
All
care.
right.
Bye.
I'm downloading it right now. Let's see here. Uh-oh. I got to redo my face recognition is not.
Oh, she's not recognizing you?
No.
What's her problem? You've had the same face since I've known you, Pauly. Like,
I think because when I did this, I had my glasses off or something. I don't know, but it's not. I think I have to reset. Yeah. So let me see it. Now I have to do it like the old Unk way and sign in, typing in my password. That's boring. It's always fun to be like, my phone recognizes my face. I'm downloading it now. Clean swell. All right. So there are quite a few places here, right? And so like Steve was mentioning, a lot of the central places have already got its full capacity. So you can go from Adaloop to Hoggett, Aspen Beach, and Warren, the Pacific Park. A lot of people go to Aspen Beach and Warren, the Pacific Park. Fisheye to PT Shoreline. Are you going to Adaloop?
yeah.
Yeah, you'll be in Adaloop, right? That's what Kyle was mentioning, right? The UOG Center for Island Sustainability is going to be there. Tumon Beach. Epal is a very popular spot. Matapang is a popular spot. Taragi Beach and Scout Beach, if you have base access. Tangisan is another spot. Tangisan, I don't know what goes. It's such a beautiful beach, but what are we doing?
It's like so
Yeah.
bad.
So I haven't been there in 4 months, and hopefully things have changed. But there were a few abandoned vehicles that were just tore up, were sitting there, and we're not cutting the grass. I don't know whose responsibility it is to cut the grass and whatnot, but it is a beautiful beach, and we are neglecting it. Joe Malik is on the line. Hafa Adai, Joe Malik.
Hi, Senor. You're on the air.
No. Okay.
Hey, Hafa Adai. Senor.
Hey, I got a bad news.
Oh, no.
My brother just got into an accident.
In Colorado? In Colorado?
No.
Here.
Down on the Pastor Hill.
What hill?
Pastor Hill.
Patton Hill. I'm not familiar.
The road. Right after you pass, because before you get to...
like General Patton?
Naran, the sharp curve right after you pass the 76 gas station.
Okay. That's called what now?
Pastor Hill.
How do you spell it?
Pastor? I don't know.
I keep hearing you say Patton, but maybe I'm wrong. You're saying a Chamorro word, or you're saying General Patton? I'm hearing
Pastor Hill.
Passion.
Pastor.
Pastor.
Like your mouth.
Patsot. Patsot mo.
Anyways, he was transported to Naval Hospital.
You know, like
Pastor,
your mouth.
Pastor Hill.
Oh, I can't find it. It's taking me to Indiana.
Anyways, he was transported to Naval Hospital.
Oh my! So sorry.
I think it was yesterday, day before yesterday. They called me up.
Did you go and visit him?
They called me. Mark, you know Mark.
Yes.
Yeah, he called me up that my brother got into an accident, two-car collision, Pastor Hill.
Did you go and visit him?
My brother in Colorado called me that he was released yesterday.
Okay.
And the problem with him is, was that the airbag? Airbag?
Yes.
Yeah. activate and had problem with his test. But he was released.
How's he feeling? Did you call? Did you have a chance to talk to him since?
No, not yet, because I'm waiting for a call from Hawaii.
Pertaining to?
My appointment tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, you should, in the meantime, you should call him up and see how he's doing. Your brother?
No, because I don't want him to what's called that, few words or spoil him. But his son called, his son, Daddy called Mark.
Okay.
And Mark called me. And his son, Danny, called my brother in Colorado, and my brother in Colorado called me back, told me what happened.
Was it because of the rain? Did the rain have anything to do with it?
Yeah, the rain, and it's really slippery.
Yeah.
On the sharp curve.
Right. Right after 76, as you're going down the hill?
You pass 76, then you go further on before you get to Tenaga.
Okay.
You know where Tenaga, the bridge?
The one that says, the only bridge I know in Ilan is where it has the welcome to Old Town in Ilahan. Or the old in Ilan. That's the only bridge I know. Before or after Papa Nizuk? That's too far, right?
Before
Papa Nizuk. So I'm thinking that hill is as Papa Nizuk is at the very bottom of a hill. That hill?
Right.
Okay. No.
Before you get to Papa Nizuk, well, you pass 76.
Okay. And now you're starting to go down the hill. Yeah.
Sharp curve, and then
so that is
get
it.
To Papa Nizuk.
That sharp curve right there is Patsut Hill.
Patsut Hill.
Got it. Got it. Well, I hope he's
when it's raining real hard. They have to turn on their headlights and also slow down.
Mm-hmm.
That's a sharp curve.
Yeah, that turn is actually pretty dangerous even when it's not wet. If you overtake that turn, if you don't
if you're not familiar with that curve,
yeah,
it goes sideways.
Yeah,
and if you're not familiar with it, going downhill,
yeah,
or coming uphill,
you're correct.
It's very slippery, even if it's dry.
You are correct. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I hope that everything turns out well. I'm glad to hear that he's home.
Me too. Because I didn't know anything about it until they start calling me up.
Right.
But he was okay. He's fine.
That's good. That's good. Well, it's never a good sign when they go to Naval Hospital. That means it was pretty serious.
According to my brother in Colorado, he was admitted on ICU.
Oh, yeah. That's not a good thing.
Yeah, but he's okay. He got released, so
that's
pretty
good.
sure he's fine.
That's good.
Yeah.
Okay, senor.
Anything? Any news? Good news?
There's a couple of things that I've been tracking, right? I mean, we got the 31st Guam International Coastal Cleanup is happening, so you might see a bunch of people all around the coast and in Ilahan picking up trash. I'm trying to see. So we have the Moleso Pier. Oh, the Inalahan Bay swimming pool. So that's an area. The Ekfadzin Bay? Ekfadzin? Am I saying that correct?
Ekfadzin Bay.
Ekfadzin Bay. See, I knew.
Yeah, Ekfadzin Bay.
Yeah, there you go. Ekfadzin Bay is a spot where they're going to be cleaning up as well down in Inalahan. Saturday as early as 6:30 in the morning.
I'm thinking of going to the museum and meet up with Robert.
Do it, yes. 3 p.m. Please.
3 p.m.,
yes.
right?
3 p.m. Yes, Saturday, September 20, Guam Museum
Theater. What I'm going to do is bring the World War II bayonet.
Okay. Because you lived in Guam between those years, right?
Yeah, Mark found this at World War II bayonet.
Right.
It's a U.S. bayonet.
Do it.
And around.
Yes.
So Saturday I'm going to bring this down and give it over to whoever's in charge of the museum.
Right.
To display.
So again, if you lived in Guam between 1946 and 1958, actually it's more than 58. I swear he said 1962.
Which one?
To qualify for RICA. Well, obviously,
you still
have to be suffering from.
Yeah,
from
I'm just going to go there and listen.
You should.
Most of the information.
Yes, 3 p.m.
Because I received a call from Hawaii, my God, regarding the burn pit.
Yes.
And I'm just waiting for their call because tomorrow I got an appointment with Dr. Cruz at Suba, and I'm going to talk to Dr. Cruz regarding the burn pit.
Okay. Yes, Saturday, 3 p.m. at the Guam Museum Theater. That's where the Pacific Association of Radiation Survivors will be providing a presentation to the community. Everyone's invited. And so they'll provide information on how the people of Guam were exposed to nuclear fallout. Cancer survivors and families are encouraged to attend. Yeah.
I'm just thinking about that because my late wife died. She passed away from cancer.
I know, senor. Yes.
I don't know. But I'm still going to go ahead and try and turn this bayonet for display.
There you go. Yeah, at the Guam Museum. Reach out when you're there. Ask for Dr. Mike Bavacqua. I'm sure he'll be there. I'm sure he would love to take it not take it, but put it on display on your behalf and your family's behalf.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, senor. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so very much. I pray for your brother and that he is back to full health.
Yeah, he got his son and grandson, grandfamilies with him staying at the same house, so he's going to be
You
fine.
should surprise him. You should just drive there right now and surprise him. Be like, hey, what's up? Give him a big hug. I'm sure.
No.
I'm sure he would. You should do it.
I'm gonna scold him real hard.
You should. Do it. Give him a big old hug.
I was thinking what I'm gonna tell him is to stubborn. I told him to slow down, stop driving around.
There you go. You should do that. Okay, senor.
Yeah. Okay.
Take care. Talk to you tomorrow. I'm gonna be on Patty's show tomorrow. Okay?
Okay.
Call me in the morning.
Okay,
senor.
Yes.
Adios.
Bye.
3:28 in the afternoon. I also want to share this PSA because the weekend is coming up once again, right? So in honor of Recovery Month, the Safe Drive Home program continues this weekend, Friday and Saturday between 9:30 and 2:30 a.m., 9:30 p.m. Here are the numbers, 671-686-9276. That's 686-9276 or 787-9276. Now, if it's hard to remember, just remember 787-WARM, 787-WARM, and you'll be able to get a free designated driver. They'll provide the service again every Friday and Saturday night in September, thanks to Togi and Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. All right, 3:29 in the afternoon, we will take our break. Wave 105.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and base-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Hafa Adai, Guausi, Pauly, Suba. Don't forget to catch the Brightside every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. I want to send so much love to our sponsors, Micropack, Local Jerk, GTA, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Chili's, and Subway. Take a break from all of that shade and join the Brightside on Wave 105.
Hafa Adai Guam. Yep, it's me, the Guam Guy. And you can catch episodes of my podcast, The Guam Guy Show, not only on YouTube and Spotify, but every Friday at 11 a.m. on Wave 105 FM.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good To Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Buenas and Hafa Adai, it's Damon Michael, your GDOE PIO. Make sure you tune in every Friday at 10 a.m. for our agency's Educuento series, where we give you the latest and greatest from the Department of Education.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
All right, welcome back. The Brightside here on Wave 105. By the way, Reese, thank you so much. I'm loving the slides.
Period. You're
Thank
so
you.
welcome. It looks really great.
It does.
Shout
And
out
so-
to all our amazing sponsors.
Right. And so it's all about product placement, right?
Yes.
And so when we're about to play some audio files for you. And so every time we transition, showing some love, obviously, to Bank Pacific and Sherwin-Williams. And now I recently saw GTA, right? So we got a
Yeah,
slide
the
for
GTA.
GTA. Sentinel Security.
That's right.
Yes.
Micropack, all of them.
Yes. All right. So again, the panel discussion that I attended, that I was able to listen intently on, was about policy making, right? And so, who was on this panel? Speaker Frank Bloss Jr., Senator Jesse Lujan, Senator Tina Muñoz Barnes, Dr. Ricky Orsini, who is the policy director for the Office of the Governor, and then also the University of Guam president, Dr. Anita Borja Enriquez. She was funny because she's like, I initially was wondering what the heck am I doing on this panel. She didn't say it like that. I'm adding a little bit more character, but she it was funny because she said it right, and because she's technically not a policymaker, but I'm so happy that she was on there because she was making some really good points. And then Vera Topasnia, the executive director from the Office of the Governor, she's in the Military Affairs Liaison Office. And so they asked about policy making for Guam's defense readiness, right? And so the moderator, Clifford Guzman, which I'm just like in awe of the guy because he hosts a lot of major events, and every now and then I'll host some events too, right? Or weddings and whatnot. And I'm always looking for how do others do this, right? And so I always look at people like Cliff Guzman or even Kyle Mandapat. What are the things that they do? And so I usually just steal things from people. So what is it? Why did everybody laugh at what Kyle said? And then I'll probably steal a couple of his jokes. And
You be careful. Is Ed influencing you?
Is that what Ed does too?
Is Ed swears influencing you? You need to listen to Ed sometimes because I swear
He sounds a little bit like you sometimes.
He's just taking some things from the show, and I'm like, excuse me, this exists. We love you, Ed, but you're a little sussy right now. Pauly, I'm going to have to get you out of his
It's
influence.
co-opting. It's co-opting.
You're not allowed to hang with Ed anymore, Pauly.
But I always appreciate an event that is hosted or moderated by Cliff Guzman. And so let me see here. So Speaker Frank Blas Jr. And so it's a lot like, I didn't realize this, policymaking is a lot like writing a story for news. Who, what, why, where, and how. And so he had said the same thing too when it comes to writing policy. And he basically looked out to the crowd. And he said, all of you are responsible for the execution of the policy. For us, we're responsible for the creation of the policy so that you can carry on with that. And then, again, he brings up the 5 W's and the 1 H. And he says it does come down to community buy-in. Bring in the community who want to know what the policy is. That would be even the more difficult task, because how do you separate out all the voices? And that's the job that we as policymakers have. And he was saying, when we are starting to come up with more policies when it comes to civil defense, we should have another forum and invite all community stakeholders. And I was thinking in my head when he was saying that, I'm like, kind of like a public hearing. And so I was like, you do that. You do that for every policy, for every bill that you introduce. You have a public hearing. And so just continue to do that, everyone. Like if you're a policymaker and so you're introducing policy, have a public hearing on it. And you already have the structure and the mechanism to do that. And put it out on the agenda, in the media, at the newspapers, or at websites, media websites, right? One could be MBJ, I'm just going to throw it out there, or Guam Business Magazine, or you can have it read on the radio. You can do all of those things, and then we'll let the community know that you're having a public hearing or a town hall meeting discussing these policy changes or possible policy changes. And then you can take up everything that they said, just like any public hearing. Then you can go to your little offices and do those things that you call markup sessions. and then take it to the same way. Go to session and debate the policy, the bill, and boom. And so Senator Tina Munoz Barnes, she said, we should align ourselves to make sure that we are truly ready for our community and for our nation. And so we also need to look at dual use mandates. So new infrastructure serves both the mission and civilians. Later on, she brings up what that is. Simon Sanchez was on with Patty Arroyo, and he brought up a very good example of the wastewater treatment up in the northern part of the islands. Like, hey, you're building Camp Blas, you should, you fund this project. It'll help you with Camp Blas, and it will also help all the residents as well that begin to build in the northern part of the island, right? And so that is a great example. Tina Rose Munoz Barnes also. Senator Tina Munoz Barnes brought that one up as well during this panel discussion. Let me see here. Ricky Orsini, the policy director from the Office of the Governor. So she mentions that being relentless and resourceful at the federal level because Guam lacks a Senate vote and a House floor vote, right? We don't even have a federal senator, right? She says, you have seen the governor grow as a federal voice for Guam, engaging directly with the White House, military leaders, and Congress. And so when it comes to policy intersection, she mentions two prominent people in the community, Dr. Robert Underwood and Senator Will Parkinson, writing op-eds about affordable housing. And she brings up a three-pronged plan. Expand H-2B, set aside small percentage of military construction for affordable housing in Guam, and adjust military housing stipends to a market-based rate so military allowances don't unintentionally outbid local families. And so we'll play that part. It goes in from Ricky Orsini talking about this three-pronged plan into Dr. Anita Borja Enriquez also talking about how we're only as strong as our weakest link. And so that's why I was like, this is why you're part of this panel, President. And so I really appreciated the fact that she was on it. So we'll play that audio file now.
And we do have to work on that. From your perspective, Ricky, on the policy side, what is your sense and where do we need to intersect? How do we need to intersect? I mean, that's really why we're up here.
Thanks, Cliff. I want to touch on a specific issue, right, on how we can intersect on a policy area. So the days leading up to this forum, I've noticed both former Congressman Dr. Underwood and also local legislator Senator Will Parkinson both wrote letters to the editor regarding our issue of ensuring that our people have affordable housing. And so I think this is where federal policy making and the support of our military partners can come in. And so on the executive side, we have pushed for a three-pronged approach. The first is, right now, H-2B workers are tied to federal projects. And for the federal government to expand that and pass a law to also address local projects, because we've seen that the cost of housing has skyrocketed because of the shipping costs for materials and most especially the demand on labor. So that is the first step. The second step would be to work with the federal government to ensure that there is some set aside or small percentage of military construction to address affordable housing here in Guam. And then the last part of that approach would be to get with our military partners to support our request to address the military housing allowance. And so by addressing this issue and push for a market-based adjustment to military stipends for housing, we can ensure that local families can afford housing here in Guam. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Ricky. Very good point about the affordable housing issue. Much was said about ensuring that we have the right professional talent for the sustainability of the military bases post buildup. Much has been said about the need for qualified professional expertise, whether it be in engineering, cyber, environmental, and so forth. And so in thinking about the need to keep the local talent on island, by local I mean just civilians in general, the issue of unaffordability to live on Guam and the emigration of a certain percentage of the middle class that has left Guam because of the lack of housing affordability issue. As we continue at the University of Guam to produce the necessary talent to feed into these respective industries, including supporting defense, we have to think about the other part of the equation in that how do we ensure that we keep the talent here? It just pains me to produce those that are going to be entering registered nurses, those who are entering engineers, and they say, well, gosh, I can't afford to move out of my parents' home, so I'm going to leave island. And so we've got that issue to address, and I really, really appreciate the three-pronged policy model that Ricky has just shared. And I'm hoping that much traction could be made because time is not our friend at this moment. Time is not our friend at this moment. Thank you.
Time is not our friend at this moment, especially when you're talking about where she says, where Dr. Enriquez mentions housing, right? She says UOG trains nurses, engineers, but then they'll say, I can't afford to move out of my parents' home. And so, unfortunately, I have to leave. And so she says, as a president of the University of Guam, it pains her to see that they're training up all of these people. We obviously need more nurses. We need more engineers. We need more teachers. And so we need more police officers. And then they get trained up and they get their degrees. And we can't even provide housing, which is... that's a necessity, and so when we talk about opportunity too, I mean, when you finally have your degree and you're going to go out there and you be independent and you work so hard, I don't blame anybody who's looking around like, I don't want to live in my bedroom that I've been living in since I was a baby, since I was 2. I'm still living in the same bedroom and I still have the same stuff. I'm ready to have my own family. I've outgrown this. And maybe there are some opportunities in employment, but where do I live? Where does me and my family live? I understand that. And so opportunity to do that isn't here on the island. And so we must address the housing shortage because it can also address our workforce shortage. They are connected. Verita Posnia, the executive director of the Community Defense Liaison Office, she speaks as well on policy making and bridging both systems, right? So we'll play that one next. You have that one? We're just going to play this one in its entirety, yeah? Yeah.
Ricky really covered some of the priority policy points that we are working on. And I do want to mention that one of the policies that are available to Guam is that, the Secretary of Defense could convene the Economic Adjustment Committee. And, I do have to give credit to the former Congresswoman because at the time of the Marine realignment, she did have a congressional bill passed that convened the Economic Adjustment Committee. It was not to consider or think about convening. It was, you will convene. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't an order to the Department of Defense. It really was hitting 22 federal agencies because, and why that is important and very critical is, again, the DOD, through whatever, and their priorities and their mission, lack a lot of statutory authority that the other 21 federal agencies have direct statutory authority to support communities like Guam, like HHS, the new hospital, policies that, again, are critical to the community and any community. So it's looking at those policies that are vehicles for communities like Guam to work with not just the DOD, but bringing all of the federal agencies together. And then when looking for policy, what do our local policies complement the policies that we are asking the federal government to, right? So there has to be that alignment. We don't want to promote a federal policy that our local policy conflicts with. So, Ricky and I work a lot on a lot of the policy issues that we face with growth. So that would be well.
All right, and so she brings up a really good point about former Congresswoman Madeline Bordallo on the Economic Adjustment Committee, right? That's the committee that has chosen not to convene right meow. And so what happened before was when they were talking about the military buildup years ago in the beginning parts, and then as they started to see some of the construction happening, when Congresswoman Madeline Bordallo was the congresswoman, she made sure that it was a mandate to convene the Economic Adjustment Committee, or EAC. It was not optional. They shall bring the 22 federal agencies to the table. And so, and they have chosen not to convene now in this current situation as we are continuing the military buildup, as we are continuing to talk about the missile defense system and where it's going to go and how it's going to impact us environmentally, socially, all of that. And they're not going to convene, or if they have chosen to not, which is very confusing, especially when you hear the governor yesterday responding and saying during her administration she has not seen the Department of Defense or the Department of War going against some of the arrangements. But that's one that I have recently seen not convening. And then also the net negative policy, that they have said that they're not going to be moving, utilizing any more property outside of the fence. And they are seeking more property with contractors to build up a housing throughout the island, all over the island, not just in the central part, mostly in the central part, but everything is on the table. And I'm not even saying that I'm totally against that part, but it has to be a balanced approach. You have to start those meetings back up so we can make sure that the Department of Defense or /WAR, that we know what you're doing. And while you're doing it, we want to see every move you make and vice versa. It's only fair. Okay, so some policies in action right now. Senator Jesse Lujan has said the 38th Guam legislature has already moved forward some of examples of policies and bills that have become law. They have crafted. It has gone through the whole system. They are now law right now. And so, which include the port and the Black Construction Partnership. Legislature enabling the partnership where staging, buildings, and road upgrades will stay behind for the port after the project at no cost to the Port Authority of Guam. So here's Senator Jesse Lujan mentioning all of that.
Thank you very much. This 38th Guam legislature has basically thought out of the box in regards to policy and passes a bill. It's just written recently, a couple of months ago. Allowed, of course, the Port Authority of Guam to partner up, of course, with Black Construction and dollar-for-dollar offset. And Black Construction has been awarded, of course, the contract to rebuild the glass breakwater. Okay? And so that's going to be a one project, I think a 5-year project, something to that extent, yeah. And so what that partnership was is, again, that they needed a staging area for all the equipment and things that have to go on the water for that glass breakwater. So the development of that area, not just paving the road, but the buildings that will be erected for their use while they're staging, those will stay in place. And again, as the Port Master Plan has put together their, of course, the vision of what the port's going to look like in years to come, you know, as Attorney Moots had said, we're very limited in our resources. So in partnering again with folks like Black Construction in regards to the dollar for dollar offset, once they leave the port after the job is done, those buildings will stay in place and will cost the Port Authority nothing. So thank the Port Authority, again, the management and board for that vision. And then not only that, but recently in the same, actually in the same session, we had first ever, basically, a 50-year lease allowed for the airport authority, which was an impediment for companies wanting to come out to Guam, again, to lease properties, and up maybe just a 3 or 4 year lease agreement. It's difficult. Yeah, absolutely. So again, how can we be a little more have autonomy again? You know, for our self-reliance. Basically, these are the things that the 38th Guam legislature had tackled in this particular. And thank you again for the leadership of Speaker Bloss.
There you go. And so again, he mentions the first ever 50-year lease authority to attract bigger, longer investments as well. And he frames these as steps towards autonomy and self-reliance, and crediting the 38th Guam legislature under the leadership of Speaker Frank Bloss Jr., right? Let's see here. So the last couple audio files I'm going to play are closing remarks from Ricky Orsini and Vera Tapusnia. And so it's basically talking about how we can maximize opportunities while we are in this military buildup. And so we'll play that one. And then there's somebody that, I don't think it was a question because there was no response to it, but in the audience, Joe Roberto, the immediate past chairman of the Guam Contractors Association, wanted to make some points. And so we'll play both of those. But the first one you're hearing, again, is Ricky Orsini, the policy director of the Office of the Governor, making her final comments on maximizing opportunities during the military buildup, and then also Vera Tapusnia, the executive director of the Community Defense Liaison for the military. I know I got that. Let me see here. I want to get the correct community. Oh, I did get it correct. Community Defense Liaison Office. I just forgot the office part, but here it is right here on Wave 105.
Policymakers can ensure that we're here to maximize the buildup, right, and what it brings. And you talked about additive manufacturing, and so there are opportunities for, you know, tax abatements or tax incentives to stand up that industry. But we have to keep at the forefront that these incentives should be prioritized for our local entrepreneurs. So we should encourage our local community entrepreneurs to take advantage and actually be prioritized in those opportunities. Like Senator Barnes was mentioning, we need to think long term, and we need to think about standing up our workforce in the long run. And so this is where we can make that case.
Yeah, and conversely also, we need to think about what obstacles are in the way for us to do certain things that we have now, that we haven't addressed. So it's kind of all of that. Vera, I'd love to hear your final words.
Well, you know, I think that in the development or in the review of policy or lack thereof, that there are vehicles in place in the interim that we currently have the Department of Defense, like IGSAs, intergovernmental service agreements that I think GPA has and GWA has. And I think there's that opportunity in that vehicle to look at things that we can execute right away. Obviously, we'd have to have our lawyers look at it and make sure that we can engage. But those are things that we're looking at more and more to utilize between our agencies or our community and the Department of Defense. But then I think on top of that is the, and I believe that it's being addressed, but procurement policy, right? And what are the changes that need to be made to give our businesses more opportunity, or our agencies the flexibility to execute the things that they need to execute right away. And so looking at, other transactional authorities as a procurement vehicle, or, standing up a maybe Office of Strategic Capital. What does that look like for the government of Guam? The DoD has a really good Office of Strategic Capital. So, really taking a look at all avenues that are available to us in the interim while we make adjustments or adopt new policy, given some of the urgent needs that we have today.
There you go. We'll actually just save Mr. Joe Roberto's response till maybe later. I also want to reach out to Senator Vince Borja on the session that happened yesterday with GDOE on their finances, and then the search for the next superintendent. And so that's what we'll be working on at after the CBS News, and then we can always circle back to this panel discussion right here on Wave 105 KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam. We'll take the break for the CBS News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The Fed lowered a key interest rate by a quarter point today. Analyst Dean Baker of Jerome Powell's thinking.
What he's looking at is, on the one hand, the clear evidence of inflation. Inflation is accelerating moderately. The main factor here is, of course, the tariffs, probably also deportations, pushing up farm prices in many, many items. But the other thing that he's looking at is the weakness of the labor market.
It was the first cut this year. The Fed indicated 2 more cuts could be coming. Fired CDC Director Susan Menares was on Capitol Hill today explaining things to lawmakers.
It lasted 29 days. Since my removal, several explanations have been offered. That I told the secretary I would resign, that I was not aligned with the administration priorities, or that I was untrustworthy. None of those reflect what actually happened.
She said she was ordered by Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy to resign if she didn't sign off on new vaccine recommendations that are expected to be released later this week. FBI Director Kash Patel was also back on the Hill for a second day. Senator Pramila Jayapal questioned him about the Epstein files.
Are these women credible? It's a yes or no answer.
I have answered the question.
Well, what is the answer?
I'm telling you, I'm the only FBI director that has welcomed new information in this case. This administration is the only one that has welcomed any new information in this case.
Is there a yes or no to
present new credible information? Present new information.
Are the victims credible or not?
Patel argues he can't release more of the files because of court opinions. There has been a lot of accusation about who is behind political violence since the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Scott McFarland reports.
A 2024 report funded by the National Institutes of Justice, part of the U.S. Department of Justice, said the number of far-right attacks continues to outpace all other types of terrorism. But that report has recently been removed from a Department of Justice website. Democrats at a U.S. House committee showed the change in an exhibit released at a hearing today, but the department is not commenting.
The European Union's announced its toughest plan yet to pressure Israel to end the war in Gaza. Tariffs could be increased on Israeli goods, that according to the EU's foreign policy chief.
The aim is not to punish Israel. The aim is to improve the humanitarian situation in Gaza.
The 27-nation EU has been split over the war, and it's unclear whether a majority will agree to the new measures. On Wall Street, stocks finished mixed. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Let me tell you about this new pretzel cheddar club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with cherry berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
They're toasting a bloom as tall as a telephone pole in the Midwest. Deborah Rodriguez reports.
Guinness World Records has crowned Alex Babich the new Sunflower King.
I started the seed in a house in a cup the last week of April.
It didn't take long for the flower to tower over his backyard in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Right now, our sunflower clover is 35 feet and 9 inches.
Alex says it's a tribute to his war-torn home country.
I was born and raised in Ukraine. Our sunflower is a national flower of Ukraine, so it's special to me.
He hopes his 10-year-old son will always remember.
I'm going to die someday, but the stories of this flower will live on.
Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Ben & Jerry's co-founder Jerry Greenfield is leaving the ice cream brand after 47 years. He says the company no longer has the freedom to speak up on social issues like it once did after being bought by Unilever. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
Keeping the flow through your day. Wave 105 FM.
The youngest job seekers are the ones most likely to ask AI for advice, and they're glad they did. I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune magazine with the Fortune Business Update. It shouldn't be a surprise. Today's young adults are finding new ways to use AI every day, so of course they're asking it for advice on where to work. And after they do, hardly any of them regret it. For young adults, getting a job without AI is unthinkable. They use it to identify high-demand, high-paying jobs, and then use it to write resumes and cover letters. Then they use it to prepare for interviews, and if they get an offer in another town, they ask AI whether they should relocate. A year into the job, they ask AI how to negotiate a raise. But for today's young workers, there is actually one source of job-related advice they use even more than AI. It's their parents. I'm Jeff Colvin.
Hafa Adai, everybody, and welcome here to The Wave. We'll be getting back into the Brightside real soon, but we got to check in with what's going on out there in the streets. It's 4 o'clock, and traffic is definitely forming in all the places you could possibly imagine. So let's talk about it, right? Big shout out to our friends at Guam Auto Spa. Visit them online, guamautospa.com today. And you can schedule your test drive there. View the cars they got in inventory. And then hopefully you'll be riding out in the vehicle you wanted. So check them out. Big shout outs to Guam Auto Spa as well as our friends at Mobile Oil Guam. Energy lives here. Be sure to download the app today and start receiving those rewards. Don't stop yourself. Go and receive them. Download the app. Big shout outs to Mobile Oil Guam. Here we go. We're taking a look at traffic in the village of Hagåtña just because I noticed there's a lot of traffic here, which is pretty interesting because even at this time, it's very chill. But at this moment right now, there's a lot of traffic in front of that very popular Mediterranean place. Many people love to go to meet, eat, and just have a good time. The traffic kind of starts right in front of the night market and goes all the way down past that popular joint I was talking about, and into the Nigua area. So just be on the lookout for that if anyone's coming from the south. And then, man, I also need to point this out here. Right in front of Adaloop, there's some very heavy traffic. Those for those who are coming from Asin, right, and you're making your way to the intersection in front of Adaloop, there is heavy traffic there. So just be on the lookout for that, friends, if you're headed northbound coming from the south on Route 1. Oradot is a little bit busy here in front of the intersection, just a little bit, and it's for those that are coming from the Aflami area and headed up towards so just be on the lookout for that, as well as in Chalampago, some traffic there right in front of the Mai Road intersection on both sides, for those that are trying to get out of Chalampago and make their way into Ote, or for those who are coming from Ote and making their way into Chalampago. Let's see, Manila is looking okay. There is some traffic at that Chalampago and Manila intersection, right where the two villages meet. Where else? At the Barricada Tri intersection, just a little bit busy for those that are coming from Purple Heart Memorial Highway. Other than that, up north by the mall, let's just say it is busy there as well. There's traffic already happening and forming for those that are headed northbound to the mall intersection. And that's pretty much it right now, friends. But please, if you see anything out there, you can let us know too. 922-1051 or 922-1052. You can call us up, WhatsApp us on that 1051. Keep it locked here. Again, it's your Real Deal Traffic Report being brought to you by our friends over there. Mobile Oil Guam Energy lives here, and our friends over there at Guam Auto Spot. Don't go anywhere. We got the Brightside with Pauly Suba coming up.
For Me deal is here. Starting at $12.99, get a drink, an appetizer, and an entree. You heard right. You can get a Coke, chips and salsa, and an old timer with cheese for only $12.99. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show. All right. Of course, we got to thank some amazing sponsors for making this all possible. Big shout outs to our friends at Subway. You got to refresh to be fresh. Visit them online at subwaypacific.com. Pick up at your convenience or get it delivered to you, powered by Good to Go We Deliver. Big shout out to our friends at Sherwin-Williams. The wet season is here and your roof needs their amazing technology. That's right. That will keep your roof all good even when it comes to the blazing sun or pounding rain. Get ahead with weather-ready coatings. Be smart, be prepared, and ask Sherwin-Williams. Thank you to our friends at GTA. We start with you. We also want to thank our friends over there at Sentinel Security Solutions. They're Guam's premier provider of professional security services. They're delivering operational excellence in protective services across commercial, industrial, and residential sectors. We also want to thank our friends over there at Chili's. More life, great food, and great value happen here. Thank you to our friends at Micropack. You can go ahead and check them out. They are open in the Micronesia Mall. They have 2 locations to serve you there, and then they have their location off of Chell in San Antonio in Tamuning. So be sure you go and check them out today. Our friends over there at Micropack. And we want to thank our friends over there at Wise Owl Animal Hospital. They're your other family doctor. Once again, you're tuned into the Bright Side here on a Wave. Let's go ahead and get started.
I ran into this girl the night before.
All right, welcome back. The Bright Side here on Wave 105. Biba Webis. It's Thursday, September 18. We're going to go to the phone lines now. Senator Vince Borja is with us. He's going to be hanging out in this 4 o'clock hour. Thank you so much, Senator. I appreciate the opportunity.
Hey, Pauly, thanks for the invitation. Hafa Adai, Guam.
Absolutely. And I saw you over at the Guam Defense Forum, and I was watching the GDOE hearing on finances the other day, and so I just took my shot and said, "Hey, do you mind if we talk to you today on the radio?" And you're available, so I appreciate this. And so some of the questions that you were asking actually even got my attention, and I really appreciate how efficient the hearing went too. You asked about what GDOE is sacrificing to rotate cash because you said you're obviously taking it from something else that should be paid. And so what are you sacrificing? And so Swanson responded that the bulk of the money that they're pulling together from actual lapses is payroll that was not paid out because they budgeted for those dollars. And then when you further were asking as it relates to even CBA, collective bargaining agreement hires, Swanson was mentioning that there's money in the budget that would be used for that. But right now there's no one to pay. We're still recruiting and still hiring. And so that makes me wonder. And when I hear conversations, obviously it comes to a workforce demand. Are you concerned about that too? Or maybe is this an internal management issue that you might be seeing? Or is it something else?
There's, DOE is a very complex, although very complex, I feel like there's just different things to consider.
Okay.
When we look at a lot of their problems, right? Like we'll start with really, which is, really why we've called this informational hearing was obviously the budget session ended about 3-4 weeks ago when they came in, right? I don't know if you were following along, but there was a plea for more money, and if you don't give us more money, we're going to shut down schools, bills are not going to get paid. There was even, a shock across the agency after the budget hearing in regards to is there going to be potential layoffs. But this is exactly why, I've taken the approach I have with really working with GDOE is, really, man, like the issues, the amount of money available continues to change. When they first started talking about reimbursing ARP after Secretary McMahon came back and said, all right, to be fair, we've lost some lawsuits. Everybody will have their ARP money back. I met with GDOE, and then they said, we have $11 million we're revolving, right? They created a revolving fund or identified some funding, which I'm assuming, again, is the unfilled positions and where this excess funding is coming from. But again, from 11 million now to 18 million, right? With them saying that they're going to run out of money as well is very puzzling, I guess, which is why, he wasn't able to answer that question yesterday. But, they do have some, whether it be talent, there is a problem with talent or finding talent. And we've had discussions in regards to them working with, the University of Guam for teachers, working with Guam Community College for specialty, for boot camps, and maybe for some SPED, one-to-one aid so that they could fill those gaps. But then on the other hand, right, they have shared that with me, but then on the other hand, I have got calls and emails to my office saying, hey, GDOE is saying that they need teachers. I'm a retired teacher, and I've been, I've applied. I've got at least 10 calls and some emails over the last since the school year started in regards to, hey, I'm a certified teacher. I'm retired. I'm trying to come back, and I'm still waiting to get hired. I've also had, other applicants or even employees within GDOE saying, hey, I know a couple people have applied and still have not heard from HR. Again, there could be some staffing problems. And if you haven't learned anything about me, I'm not one to try and put people on blast, but there's definitely some concerns, internally, that I know the superintendent is kind of on his way out, and I'm not saying that he doesn't care, but there's just a lot of things that he's focused on, and I give kudos to him for trying to trust those that are in the position to make decisions. But there's definitely, I don't know, man, that's a loaded answer for very loaded questions, but I feel like the bottom line, though, is I think the legislature, the committee, my committee has been very prudent and diligent in really trying to assist GDOE. I don't know if you remember the beginning of my term. When I first came in, man, every time they sounded the alarm at their business office, I was, writing letters to the speaker saying, hey, we need an emergency session. And, of course, the veterans in the legislature, we even brought them into the room at that time. The veterans were able to kind of, coach me through this and realize, you have to help them kind of walk through their finances as well and ask the tough questions. And the other thing, too, that they shared even during the budget, and maybe because historically they've always been underfunded, that they don't do a good job at keeping track of how they move around money, right? So the legislature doesn't necessarily line item their budget, right? So they get a flat budget and they manage it however way they see fit. And so I think I know this, that when they start to juggle around finances to pay for one bill or to cover, unforeseen, the maintenance thing right now, like for example, the ARP stuff, they don't do a very good job at trying to keep track of what's paid, what's unpaid, and so it leaves them in this pickle where they end up with this much money. Again, they're saying, I don't know if you paid, you heard in the presentation yesterday, he said they were estimating to lapse 2 to 6 million.
Yes.
But on the other side, he said we're using 18 million of current, general appropriations to fund ARP, which means ARP is going all the way until March of 2026. You're going to have $18 million left after all of that because it's a revolving fund. At the end, it's going to come back.
He says that he doesn't believe they'll have the 18 in the bank, right? Because he said it's something about borrowing from the fence funds.
So they're still pulling. They're not using federal funds. They're using local funds, which means I don't care where you're taking it from, right? It's still money from the current fiscal year. If you don't use it at the end of the day, it lapses, and they're allowed to. They're going to be allowed to bring that over. But the bottom line is your bills. And this is where, man, the way GovGuam manages their finances is a little weird, right? Coming from the military and even from working for federal contract, where like whatever you get within that fiscal year, you use or lose. There's no. So there is a they have, I don't know if you know, even yesterday he was talking about a lapse fund from FY 2024 that they're still trying to spend.
Right.
But I didn't understand where he was saying, they were taking it from, but the bottom line is it's still local funds. It's still local funds that are going to eventually come back into the government coffers, by the end of the in the next fiscal year, because ARP, they're not looking to they have until March 2026, and even at that, it's still a tight timeline for them to complete these projects. But it's still 18 million on top of the other 2 to 6 million that they're projecting to lapse.
Right. And so even with that concern, right, how you said, I don't understand how it all works out, you use it or you lose it, you still found it important to allow them to keep their lapse funds, right? I saw those amendments and appropriations for not just GDOE, but a number of agencies, right?
No, yeah, absolutely, because, they're getting, was it 260? And so we're hoping that with the 260 on top of their lapses, right, it also gives them that buffer, man. And even the other question, man, the other thing that they shared prior to us even going to budget is that even if we gave them the 317, I think was what they were asking for. My ask to them was like, even if you got 317 on top of like the 400 million, right, like they get from federal grants, that's almost $700 million. Do you have the capacity or the bandwidth to manage these funds? And their answer is no, and that's the problem. So even when we talk about internal issues, they have a hard time maintaining people in their budgeting, their procurement team and their business office, and they have high turnover. Again, there's some claims with priorities from the board versus their priorities, which they're working through. I've had some meetings with the board, and again, prioritizing that over CBA positions, over filling teacher positions, right? Because they claim they need to fill teacher positions, but then they're also claiming that there's also not people, there's not applicants applying to some of these positions. The one thing that I did bring up at we were at a forum or a meeting a couple of days ago in regards to just workforce development. I think the one thing that GDOE, and I think the government, GDE particularly, but the government as a whole, is to look at. How many of you remember in the military, right? Like if you're you have your specific job, but then when you get certified to do all these other things, there's incentives, right? To get these stipends or these bonuses or even just specialty skill pay. That's one thing that they need to look into, and I'm willing to facilitate. However, obviously we'll start with the board, but because when you look at the turnover in GDOE, or even teachers that choose to retire rather than stay within the agency, is we have to look at the workload. my wife is a school counselor. She's at Price Elementary, but she has to, be a substitute teacher sometimes, be out in the hallways. I mean, and she's a school counselor. You can imagine the actual school aides, right, that are out there one-on-ones. I think even now they're saying as far as some one-on-ones have 4-to-1, right, and these guys, for them, a lot of them leave the field because why am I going to, they're like, why am I going to, do all this and get paid the same, and when they can go do other positions where they don't get that responsibility, they're not overworked. And then you have sometimes the other issue that was brought up recently was, they do that during the day. Let's just say a bus is running late, because that's another issue in the school system is they don't have enough bus drivers. That's another gap that we need to look at eventually. But when school buses run late, school aides and one-to-ones, those guys are staying late. They don't get overtime. They have them flex their time, which, I don't agree with. I believe that if you work over 8 hours, then you should get paid, compensated for that, right? I mean, nowadays that's not, it's strained. And in the fast-paced world that we live in, when you go through a whole 8 hour day of work and then you're working 3-4 hours, 5 hours sometimes later to supplement some of those things, it could be straining. And we need to look at ways to incentivize that, because the bottom line is people are leaving. Teachers are leaving, one-to-ones are leaving, school aides are leaving. Before, 10 years ago, everybody, you give them a job in the government of Guam, even if you paid them minimum wage, they were okay with that. But the workforce has definitely changed, and we definitely need to look at ways to incentivize and keep people. And so that's one of the other things that we're going to start working on as well.
And with the ARP money was brought up, but I saw the release, and that's great that they're able to pay their vendors, right, with the ARP monies, right? However, we learned from that informational hearing that there are still old bills not related to ARPA, and so such as utility and also some transportation costs, and so. As the oversight chairman, are you looking at, or maybe the majority is looking at, stricter reporting requirements? Senator Chris Duenas says that he wants to have even more of what you just did consistently with agencies like GDOE and GMHA to be on top of their finances.
Yeah, so in the budget bill that hopefully we'll override, there's an amendment in there.
Okay.
That requires them to do some financial reporting every quarter.
Right.
As part of that, they're also going to be required to come to the legislature to provide updates on where they are with their finances.
Right.
The other thing too is in there is that there's an ask for the superintendent to declare a fiscal emergency, through the board, of course, and then the legislature will be called in to address that. But the plan for the next fiscal year is to work closely. In fact, after the informational hearing yesterday, the agreement was that we were going to meet biweekly with their fiscal team to monitor their finances as we close out the fiscal year, and then of course as we go into the new fiscal year, work with them closely to kind of see where they're at in regards to cash management. Not in a way, it was very clear that I made it very clear we're not trying to come in and tell you what to do, but I think for us we it'll be better and more diligent for us to work with them closely to see where they're at with outstanding bills. Again, it's sadly, man, I mean, I don't know if I'm sure you paid attention to the budget session, but even after yesterday's hearing, there really isn't a clear picture on, because even when he said a lot of the stuff, he wasn't sure on like what outstanding vendors there are. I know that there's pictures circulating right now, dumpsters, and I can share them with you, where they're having issues right now paying vendors,
the trash collectors,
the trash. One of the reasons obviously is the Attorney General or the procurement being at the Attorney General and waiting for a signature. So that's one of the issues I know that they're working through right now. What I'm interested to know, actually, and I brought it up during the budget session, is some of these things that they were claiming were going to be affected, right? Had they not get the full funding. one of the things that we're waiting on a response from, or we're going to work with them on, is some of these things that they're talking about. When was the last time they were funded? Right? I mean, Philippine Principat is a good example.
Right.
They brought that up as one of the things that wasn't going to get funded, but then come to find out that the last time that was funded was I think right before COVID or at the height of COVID. Right. So it's been 3 or 4 years. So those are some of the things. The other thing too is the 14 points, right? That's another thing that's an unfunded mandate, and those are the things that I'm going to work with them. We're going to probably do a rodeo town hall across the island to review that and get some feedback and maybe adjust it or change it. And so those are one of the things that we need to look at. But yeah, man, back to the bills and ARP. They don't know. I mean, it was clearly conveyed at the informational hearing yesterday, and again, we'll continue to work with GDOE. I think what we do know is they have money.
Well, one of their solutions was to allow the AG or to support raising the $500,000 threshold. Do you agree with that? The AG reviewing those contracts that they wouldn't have to, so maybe they can get their trash picked up. I'm not sure.
No, yeah, absolutely. I know there is an amendment in there right now. I know, during the budget, my amendment was for $250. I know Senator San Augustine, he attempted to raise it to $500,000. Yeah. But we definitely, I'm sure you were following the special session that the governor called, and
yes.
I think for me, we definitely need to look at that. I have considered some other proposals in regards to 5150 because there has to be, it's like the process is there for a reason, but at the same time, there should be some guardrails where, hey, man, if it's taking you too long, and that's been the problem with GDOE, and I'm sure obviously the problem across the government where things get stalled. Mm-hmm. I think for me, less government is better. You can talk about it opens up opportunity for corruption. I mean, if you look at the current laws, there's a lot of corruption going on. I'm not saying I'm encourage it, but when you look at progress, that's the reason why the government, when I went out to US DOE in this summer with Vice Speaker and Senator Calvo, that was one of the things that US DOE shared is you guys have the most strictest, constraining procurement laws in the nation.
This. Yes, I've heard this.
We return the most money out of, out of all the jurisdictions that they work with. We don't spend our money, all these other states and other territories. You give them money, they spend it. Guam is notoriously known for returning federal money, and so there's definitely something that we need to do in regards to the procurement law and the threshold as well. But definitely, I'm in support of increasing that threshold. I know that one of the reasons there wasn't any support there was, if we increased their small purchase threshold to 500, it still would require the AG's approval, and so there is consideration and talk in regards to increasing that as well.
I appreciate this very, very much, Senator. I'm running out of time because I also want to speak with the director of DOC. So I just wanted to ask you one more because there was you were sharing that there's rumors of the looking into the next superintendent. Rumors, concerns about the search process being set up in favor of certain people. So how confident are you, Senator, that the Guam Education Board is running a fair and transparent process to find our next superintendent?
I'm pretty confident. I mean, just because it's the board chair said, it comes down to 6 votes. Okay. But what I do know is that what needs to happen is they need to clearly define what conflict of interest looks like, because that's the biggest thing that is causing. I like to say it seems like a distress because people are afraid that a specific board member or another board member may become the next superintendent. There hasn't been an opinion yet, but as of right now, I know that there have been some rumors. I've spoken to some of. There only have been 2 that have publicly made it known. Ada, Mr. Peter Alexis Ada, and I think Dr. Guthards, in regards to running for, to throwing their name in the hat. But as of right now, I think the process is, they're going to follow the same process that they did the last time when they hired Swanson. And I think even at that time,
Maria Gutierrez said that there was a leak last time,
and she was disqualified as well. So
Maria Gutierrez said that there was a leak last time. She was concerned about something about questions were leaked out. the last time they did this. Yeah,
there was, but I mean, again, even when we look at and I've asked like some of the other members is that the there's nothing in the law, and again, unless I may be misspeaking, but at least according to some of the people that I've talked to, there's nothing in the law yet that prohibits that. There were leaks in regards to because they wanted to keep it a secret or keep it private in regards to who the candidates were, because there were some that didn't want to be disclosed, and I think that's definitely something. And because they compare it to the UOG one, the UOG they do like a town hall, they bring in the top three, and so it's definitely something to look into in regards to what the public can know, and I think it's fair for the public to know, considering. I mean, it's the largest government agency. It affects the largest group of government employees in our community in regards to the number of students that we serve. And so, and considering the issues with all the superintendents that have, when Fernandez was here, you remember there were some issues there. These guys hired Superintendent Swanson, and you've seen some of the things that he's gone through, right? And I think for me, my only ask to the board and to put on the record is, hey, you guys hire the next superintendent, good or bad. You need to work with him to make sure that he's successful, and that's my hope in regards to the selection of the next superintendent and the board.
I appreciate this, Senator. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I look forward to our next conversation and appreciate all the work that you're doing.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the invite, Pauly, and thank you, Guam.
All right, take care. 4:35 in the afternoon, we are going to take the break. And then somebody else that I tapped, right, that was over at the forum is the director of Department of Corrections, Chief Fred Bordalio, right? As a U.S. Marine, he's done some things also through the military. And I'm curious to hear what he has to say specifically about the forum and some conflicts that have, in the past and currently. And he's very well versed about it all. And so we should be getting a phone call from the director soon right here on Wave 105. So we'll take the break now.
Alrighty, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We definitely got to take a break for traffic to see what's going on out there on the streets. Big shout out, of course, to our friends over there. Mobile Oil Guam Energy lives here. You can check them out on their app right now. You can actually download the app today, right, and start receiving rewards. So big shout out to our friends at Mobile Oil Guam. We also want to thank our friends over there, Guam Auto Spot. Be sure you check them out. They have their website available for you, so you can see what they got in their inventory, as well as schedule your test drive. Big shout out to our amazing sponsors. Let's go ahead and take a look at what's happening out here in these roadways. All right, so right now things are looking A-okay. Man, it's kind of crazy because earlier there was all that traffic, right? The traffic in Hagåtña kind of cleared up there, the Chief Papua Loop. So nothing much to worry about there. For anyone who is headed towards the mall, that traffic has died down very much, which is really great to see. And very interesting, though. I mean, it's almost like 4:30, 5 o'clock. So it's probably going to build up again, but way better than earlier. I promise you that. Dedito is just a little bit busy at your intersections there where the Harmon Loop Road and Dedito meet. And then as well as the road, Machechi Avenue, right, that will lead you to the Machechi area. Just a little bit of traffic, nothing crazy. Let's go see. There's some traffic for those who are trying to get out of the Pagat area. If you're trying to make your way to Manila, but very small. It's kind of right in front of the cave, but very small kind of traffic. I don't think it's anything that's really going to hold you back for too long. Let's see where else. Down south, maybe we can check. Down south is looking okay, except for those in Malolo. So if you're passing the famous bar and restaurant that serves your favorite kind of sausages, burgers, and beers. You definitely can expect some traffic if you are headed that way or coming from that way. It's pretty long line, not too sure what's going on, but just please be looking out for that. And then the rest of South is looking A-okay, which is really good to see. And I think that's pretty much it, Guahan. To my surprise, the traffic was not as bad as 4 o'clock. But we'll see as we continue and progress through this hour. I'm sure traffic will do the same. We'll have all of those reports in the next one. So continue to keep it locked here. Once again, this is your Real Deal Traffic Report here on Wave 105.1 FM. Keep it locked.
Time is running out.
Offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and based-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
It's the Guam Auto Spot Overstock Sell-Off, and our manager is absolutely crazy for dropping these deals. Right now, drive off in a brand new 2025 Eclipse Cross for just $24,995. That's $2,000 off the original price. Plus, check out our high-quality pre-owned vehicles, fully inspected and ready for the road. Get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com or call 478-AUTO to schedule your test drive today. It's the Guam Auto Spot Overstock Sell-Off, and everything must go.
Think you've got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patty Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for 2 at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa only on Wave 105 FM.
Hafa Adai at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
Hafa Adai, everybody. Let's go ahead and take a look at those local headlines. Big shout out to our friends at McDonald's of Guam. I'm loving it. Don't forget to check them out. They are taking care of you this fall season. You have delicious flavors of fall like the pumpkin and cream pie, pumpkin spice latte, and so much more. You can get that. That's available for you only with our friends over there at McDonald's of Guam. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. Let's go ahead and take a look at headlines.
Buenos and Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. Governor Lilian Guerrero opened the island's inaugural Guam Defense Forum, highlighting Guam's strategic importance in the Indo-Pacific. Leon Guerrero said, quote, Guam is not just limestone, dirt, and sand in the Pacific, and that the United States must fulfill its obligation to Guam, calling for further investments into civilian infrastructure from federal partners. In attendance also was Admiral Samuel Paparo, commander of the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, who highlighted challenges posed by America's adversaries, China, Russia, and North Korea. Paparo also put emphasis on Guam's strategic importance to address regional defense challenges and said the island is a cornerstone in U.S. deterrent strategies against adversaries in Asia. In more news, the Guam Community College and the Western Pacific Maritime Academy has entered into a memorandum of agreement to provide maritime training opportunities for Guam's young adults. GCC said in a statement yesterday that the college will be positioned to support maritime workforce development using dedicated funding sources and resources for training initiatives through the Guam Department of Labor. Entry-level mariners can earn up to $6,000 to $8,000 per month, while experienced seafarers can earn upwards to $12,000 per month, the college said. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, the Wave 105, and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Thank you so much, Mr. Skylar Obispo. Again, that's your headlines being brought to you by friends over at McDonald's of Guam. I'm loving it. Continue to keep it locked. On the other side, we have Pauly, Suba.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
All right, welcome back. The Bright Side here on Wave 105, 4:43 in the afternoon. This is what we'll do as we wait for the chief, Fred Bordalio, right? We'll go back to the panel discussion that was taking place this morning, and it was about policy, policy making with our leaders, right? So it was a number of legislators, senators, Speaker Frank Blas Jr., Senator Jesse Lujan, Senator Tina Rose Munoz Barnes, Ricky Orsini, who is the policy director of the Office of the Governor, also Dr. Anita Borja Enriquez, the president of UOG, and Vera Tapusnia, who is the executive director of the Community Defense Liaison Office. And so at the very end, they looked around the ballroom, Dusatani, and it was time for Q&A, right? And it was kind of funny, too, because through even yesterday, I wasn't even there, but you can tell just by some of the audio recordings that were sent over to me, thanks to Maureen Maritita, our publisher at Glimpses Media. You could tell that no one could see where anybody was in the audience. If they were on the panel, they could not see people from the audience because of the light, the bright lights. And so when I got there, I noticed it too, and it was some of the funniest things. Is all right there, they can hear the person asking the question, they can't see where it's coming from, right? Because the speakers are in so many different directions. So it could be left or right, and you see them all like this with their hands to their eyes, like who's asking the question. And so it was just a funny thing that I could tell was an issue throughout, right? But at the end, you could hear them, so just respond to the question as though you're responding to God. The voice of God is speaking. So Joe Roberto, the immediate past chairman of the Guam Contractors Association, he basically just brought up a point, right? Because one of the policies that Ricky Orsini had brought up, she brought up a three-pronged approach, right, on how policy intersects with federal government and the local government, and it should affect. They should partner up and intersect when it relates to affordable housing. And she said, by using this three-pronged plan, expand H-2B eligibility beyond federal projects to include local projects to ease labor shortages, right? And so just on that part, Mr. Roberto, of course, with his expertise, he mentioned you can tell he has expertise on this matter because he was the past chairman of the Guam Contractors Association. He said some local H-2B use may already be allowed via the Department of Labor forms. And so I spoke to Greg Massey, and he's correct that contractors can fill out certain forms based on certain work that doesn't necessarily have to deal with military contracts, but it has to be specific. So we'll just play Mr. Roberto because he brings up some really good points.
Hey, Cliff. Oh, you can't see me, but okay. I'm Joe Roberto, immediate past chair for the Guam Contractors Association. Just a couple comments on the H-2B. I would recommend that Greg Massey have a say on that because I believe contractors are already allowed to bring in H-2B workers on outside of the fence projects. Because there is, Department of Labor has that form that the contractor just has to fill out that allows them to work outside, so to speak. But a couple of things, and I know we can get together later on these, but housing affordability. One of the issues that policies have right now in existence that hinders more outside work to come in are existing laws that need to be changed, and it can have sunset clauses, whereas extreme measures require somewhat extreme decisions that have to be made. For example, M1 properties, H2Bs are not allowed on certain homes and up to 50%. That one law alone, if we can change that or amend that, could probably help a lot of people. If I, as an example, if I have a home, 4-bedroom or a duplex, not on M1, that can have a local contractor or a federal contractor house a couple H2Bs, guess what I'm gonna ask them to do on the weekend? I've always wanted that back kitchen, so I'm gonna ask them to hook me up, right? So, and at the same time, maybe our neighbors and friends could learn from their expertise, because that's one of the things we're lacking is the skilled workforce. At the same time, and also there's our president for the GCA is here, our chairman is here, and I'm sure we could get together later. And that's just one of the things. The policy in itself, a lot of laws that do need to amend, instead of create new laws, why don't we look at the laws that are in existence already and amend those laws? Because those old laws hinder what we are trying to achieve today. That's what needs to happen. Also, relative to the affordability, when these shipping companies increase rates, guess what happens to the contractors? We have no choice but to increase those same rates by whatever percentage they pass on. So shipping, there's another law in our books that affect those rates. There's a lot of things that we can go through that we really need to sit down and not necessarily in such a large forum, and just attack those one by one. And you will find, I believe, we can efficiently accomplish the mission at hand. And that's really ultimately to protect our island. And when we protect our island, we protect our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There you go. So yeah, he brought up some really good points, right? Amend existing laws with sunset clauses rather than create new ones. Clean some of these old constraints that blocks what we're trying to do today. And when it comes to even housing H2B workers in non-M1 zones, they're restricted. And so he's mentioning loosening that. That's like M1, when we were doing some work with some zoning laws, right? Light industrial zone. And so that also brings the conversation back to housing. Fernando Esteves, the director, deputy director of GURA, had a conversation with Patty Arroyo sometime this week, right? And he was talking about mixed use and that this is not something that is unique. Other places do this concept of live, play, work. And is that something that we want to pursue? I think we have to have these conversations even more so. There's concern with even, I would say, controversial policies in that were passed when it comes to ADUs, and also alternatives to your what is it? Now I forgot the word. The sewage system that's just like right outside, the concrete. It's in the ground. What is that called? I can't believe I forgot what that's called. But the nitrate system alternative that was passed recently, right? Those things were addressing affordable housing, or just addressing multi-generational families trying to just get by. And I don't even think that that's the full solution, but we have to take small steps towards it. We have to see how we can start putting together some policies to help those that are just trying to get by. And so I can clearly relate because I am in a multi-generational family. I've got 2 adults that are just getting older and older and stinkier and stinkier by the day. They're still young, but they've outgrown their rooms, you know. But I'm in no rush for them to go anywhere. I'm happy to have them forever and ever. But what I also don't want, when I think about some of the things that Dr. Judy Guthertz had said at the town hall meeting for self-determination and looking at opportunities, it breaks your heart, right? When your family member says, there's no opportunity for me here. At least for what I envision for myself. And who am I to talk, right? I did the same thing too. And so building capacity here on the island and coming up with policies that can help, but of course, also balancing it all, because what we don't want to do is we don't want to destroy our environment. We don't want shanties, you know. I think we can do this in a very responsible way. And there's still things that we're doing, we're getting in the way of ourselves when it comes to the CLTC. And those things we have to really prioritize. We have to just have the political will to move that along. And maybe some of the solutions is so whether we agree with the GMH or a public hospital being over at Mangilau, they're wanting to use the $100 million for ARPA money, right, to put in infrastructure. And now you're hearing from the office of the governor, not just a new hospital, but homes. And that's great. But who's going to live in these homes? We need to identify them. Because again, when you listen to Speaker Frank Bloss Jr., he says with policy also comes community buy-in. And so I think there's so much division just on where we're going to build a hospital, and it has been. That's why we don't have one right now. The governor was wanting to build this hospital on her first term. We are at the very end of her last term. And we're still arguing over. They're moving forward with this, and still it's not 100% sure if it's going to happen. Deputy Director Fernando Estevez says, you are playing a dangerous game. You could lose this $100 million. That's pretty scary. And so when Speaker, I think it was Cliff Guzman that brought it up too, is like, people on the outside looking in also need to see that our local leaders are aligned, working together, working in harmony, so we don't get in the way of ourselves. There's so much happening here. And so when Mayor Anthony Chargaloff is asked, are your people in Inalahan, the people that you serve, are they coming to you and worried about war and if it's imminent? And he goes, not necessarily. It is in the back of their minds. But the real concern is quality of life. And yes, I am also concerned about it. At any moment, it could just pop off. But I can't live my life like that. And I wouldn't want my children to live like that. So I'm not going to keep coming home and it's like, all right, guys, make sure our makeshift bunker is all stocked. How many? Let's go count the ammunition again. I'm not doing that for my kids. We have one life to live. They need to enjoy themselves too. As much as I don't want them to go bowling with their friends until 2 a.m. I want them to have those experiences, right? And then tell me all about it. Hopefully. Sometimes they're like, oh, it was all right. Like, all right, you begged to go.
That's it?
And so it is true that with all of this, yes, war at any moment can pop off. But what is most important is just our quality of life. I need to put food on the table. And I also need to be focused about the morale of my family. And so when it comes to our leaders, when it's the mayors, the senators, the AG, the governor, let's just, work on what we can control. Can we get a decent education? Can we get a decent health care? It doesn't have to be the best. It doesn't have to be immaculate. It doesn't have to be state of the art. Can we just get something decent for ourselves? Something that we can call our own? 5 o'clock on the dot, KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Toscano. ABC says their late-night show, Jimmy Kimmel Live, has been, quote, preempted indefinitely. FCC Chairman Brendan Carr characterized comments made by Kimmel Monday night related to the suspect in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
What appears to be an action by Jimmy Kimmel to play into that narrative that this was somehow a MAGA or Republican motivated person.
Carr was on Benny Johnson's The Benny Show podcast. When the end came, it came swiftly.
When in the Los Angeles area, tourists often line up to watch a show taping outside the Jimmy Kimmel Live studio.
They just came out. They told us, we're really sorry, guys. Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm just going to have to ask everyone to leave.
Comments made by Kimmel during his Monday monologue about the murder of conservative activist Charlie Kirk have prompted Disney's ABC to pull the show indefinitely. President Trump on social media calls it great news for America. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
President Trump attended a formal banquet hosted by King Charles and Queen Camilla, part of the pageantry and policy of a state visit.
I'm Vicky Barker in London. Let's face it, the Brits didn't roll out their biggest ever honor guard for President Trump because all those horses needed the exercise.
Every state visit often leads to an 8 to 10% increase in trade as a result of the agreements made.
Political scientist Inderjeet Parmar.
President Trump's next meeting is with Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Tech investment and steel tariffs are items on the agenda for discussion. Back home, Democrats have released a counteroffer to Republican budget plans to fund the government and avert a possible shutdown next month. Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer.
We are confident when the American people contrast these two proposals, they're going to side with us. They're going to tell Republican congressmen and senators that they should start talking to the Democrats because we are talking about what people need.
Republicans say they're moving ahead with their temporary spending plan to keep the government funded until November 21st, with a vote in the House expected Friday. Correspondent Matt Piper checks new research on what happens to their brains after soccer players use their heads to hit the ball.
The study looked at 350 amateur soccer players, and the more they used their head to hit the ball, water molecule movement in the brain deteriorated, indicating more disruptions and suggesting worsening of the brain's microstructure. Researchers found that disruptions in the folds of the brain just above the eye sockets partially affected the relationship between repeated head impacts and thinking and memory performance.
The study is published in the journal called Neurology. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contrast. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan. $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill. But those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in. Cool as can be. Tap Good RX. Saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Ice cream company Ben & Jerry's co-founder, Jerry Greenfield, is leaving the company after 47 years. CBS's Errol Barnett explains.
He claims UK parent company Unilever is silencing their political activism and have sued in response. Greenfield alleges they're violating a guarantee for the 47-year-old company to remain independent. In the past, Ben & Jerry have described the conflict in Gaza as, quote, genocide and stopped selling in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. Greenfield says, quote, it is profoundly disappointing to come to the conclusion that independence, the very basis of our sale to Unilever, is gone, end quote.
Cracker Barrel says it expects lower sales and weaker customer traffic in the coming year as the controversy over its abandoned changes plays out. Business immediately dropped 8%, and Cracker Barrel says it now expects store traffic will fall between 4% and 7% for the entire 2026 fiscal year. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
All right, everybody, let's go ahead and take a look at what's happening out there on the streets. It's time for your Real Deal Traffic Report. All right, here we go. It's 5 o'clock. Everybody is just about ready to hit the road. You're getting off of work. Great. Let's let you know what's going on out there. Right now, things are not looking too bad, but I know as soon as this 5 o'clock hour progresses, the traffic will progress as well. That line, let's see. Where can I start? Usually we try to cover this Hagåtña area, East Hagåtña into Tumuning, right? So we'll start there. As you drive along East Hagåtña, it's looking pretty okay. And then when you approach the intersection where you have the road that leads you to like the Oka area, just a little bit of traffic there on all sides. Those coming out from Route 30, that's the road that would lead you to Oka. Those headed north and those headed southbound of that same area. And then the traffic, unfortunately, continues for those who are headed northbound. The line is pretty long from that ITC intersection all the way down. So please just be on the lookout for that. There's also some traffic here at the Airport Road intersection, right, where you have the mobile gas station there, and then Airport Road. The line is okay, but I know that it can get longer as time progresses. You know, a lot of people are trying to get in and get out. It looks like there's a lot of congestion for those getting in and getting out of the Airport Road. And if you're continuing northbound, you can expect traffic at the JFK intersection. And yes, even as you continue headed north, friends. I'm sorry. I really tried to make it sound like it was all good. But there definitely is traffic. And this is expected, right? We all are aware that traffic does get a little bit busy in the 5 o'clock hour and beyond, right? Maybe until like 6-ish. So just keep that in mind. Take your time. Everywhere else is looking okay. And we'll let you know more about what's going on in the roadways in just a few in this hour. But continue to keep it locked here again. This is your Real Deal Traffic Report being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot and our friends over there at Mobile Oil Guam. Energy lives here. Download the mobile app today and start receiving your rewards. And you know what? Get rewards. And while you do, you can visit Guam Auto Spot online at guamautospot.com today. Continue to keep it locked. We will continue with the bright side after this.
Bolt your doors, lock your windows, turn off your lights, and come with me into the Weird Darkness. I'm Darren Marlar, the host of Weird Darkness, every Thursday night from 6 to 8 here on Wave 105.1. Every week on Weird Darkness, you'll hear 2 hours of stories of the paranormal, supernatural, legends, lore, crime, crime, conspiracy, mysterious, macabre, unsolved, and unexplained. Weird Darkness, this Thursday night at 6 on Wave 105.1.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Here we go. We got more to get into. Of course, before we start with the bright side, we want to thank our friends over at Chili's. More live, great food, and great value happen with Chili's. We also want to thank our friends over there, Code School of Guam. Code, learn, and lead at the island's first coding boot camp. Your future in tech begins with us at Code School of Guam. We also want to thank our friends at Subway. You got to refresh to be fresh. Be sure you check them out online, subwaypacific.com. Place your order and then pick it up at your convenience. Or you can get it delivered to you. It's powered by Good to Go. We deliver. Thank you to our friends over there at GTA. We start with you. Thank you to our friends at Micropack. Be sure you check them out as well in Tamuning on Challenge San Antonio, as well as in the Micro Mall. They got 2 locations to serve you there. We want to thank our friends over there at Sentinel Security Solutions. They're Guam's premier provider of professional security services. They deliver operational excellence in protective services across commercial, industrial, and residential sectors. We also want to thank our friends at Sherwin-Williams. The rain is coming fast, and it sure is. So be ready and defend your home with Sherwin-Williams Locks On. Engineered for Guam's dry to wet season shift, built tough, made to last. Protect what matters today and ask Sherwin-Williams. Once again, you're tuned into Wave 105.1 FM. This is the bright side. Let's go ahead and get the show started.
I ran into this girl the night before.
All right, welcome back. We're in the 5 o'clock hour, baby. Biba Webis.
Biba.
All right, so if you still have a laptop open, right, or you can check us out on your cell phone too, right? The Wave105.com and our YouTube channel is Wave 105.1 FM Guam. I want to play another audio file if you don't mind, Reese. And so we're going to find out more about this mold mitigation over at GDOE, right? And so, again, that informational hearing that happened yesterday, we spoke to the oversight chairman, Senator Vince Borja, earlier, right? And so they did discuss, well, Senator Sabrina Salas-Mantanani wanted to ask what is the status and scope right now. So Superintendent Eric Swanson, he responded, the project is out for bid with DPW. He doesn't know that it's been awarded. It's in the procurement process through Department of Administration. He says, my favorite topic. I think he was being sarcastic. But then Dr. Leah Beth said it's in protest as of today. Well, yesterday. I know the bid went out, but there's a protest. It's with GSA. It's under one vendor and they had filed a protest. And so I want to play this from Nick Cruz because he gives more details. He says they're going to be in a meeting. This Friday, there was supposed to be a bid opening. However, before the pre-bid conference, a vendor did protest. There's a 14-day hold on the procurement. As far as the project, it's just an air quality test. And so we'll just play that part, right? Unless this is Fred Berdalio. Oh, okay. So we'll play this audio file here. And basically, again, Nick Cruz, the program coordinator at GDOE, on capital projects within GDOE. He gives us more details about where we are with the status and the scope.
This Friday was supposed to be the bid opening for the mold mitigation project. However, like Doc mentioned, we were supposed to have a pre-bid conference today. Before the pre-bid conference, a vendor protested. GSA knows exactly the details of the protest, and I'm not sure if I'm able to disclose that. So right now there is a 14-day hold on the procurement. I don't believe, obviously, the Friday deadline for bid submissions is going to be postponed. I'm not too sure when, but as far as the project, It is just air quality test, and then what the scope of work was that based off their air quality test, they were to identify the mold and then the proper mitigation to take care of the mold. Yeah.
Is that really doing anything? I mean, it's air quality testing. I thought we already knew there was mold in the schools.
Senator, it's supposed to address both air quality tests and mitigation and remediation, but we're not sure where we are at this time. But it's supposed to address air quality, mitigation, and remediation. So.
Okay. And so because this was a protest was filed prior to the award of the actual contract, was there an indication that there may have been discrepancies with the actual RFP itself? Is that what you're kind of saying or alluding to?
No, because the first time we did go out for bid, it included everything. It included the air quality test with the mitigation. It was supposed to be a whole package. And then I believe that was earlier in the year, and they actually protested it, and then the procurement for that was canceled. We sat down with GSA, and then the recommendation from them was that we should do an air quality test, and then with that report, the next procurement is to take that report and solicit it with whatever mitigation that was identified from the first solicitation.
Okay. I guess really just how frustrating is it for the Guam Department of Education to have to wait this long to get this matter addressed? I mean, Typhoon Mawar was several years ago.
Senator, it's been very frustrating on a number of levels. And because at the end of the day, our staff has done all the work to clean up the mold that you can find. And if they can spot it, they clean it. And if you go back and look at our schools now, they're in really great condition, even the old 1950 series buildings. So the things that have happened around the funds that's paying for that from the beginning have been problematic. And the efforts to use the money the way it was rerouted was probably a sincere effort, but it didn't pay dividends for us.
How much money are we talking?
The first appropriation was $20 million for Marwar response for all the GDOE schools. And that happened right before I got here, before I came on board. So that's been going on ever since.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, and thank you.
There you go. So still very frustrating. We're going to pivot now because we do have Fred Bordalio, the director of DOC. I saw him at the Guam Defense Forum, and so I wanted to just get his take on the whole thing. And so he's on the line now.
Yep.
Hafa Adai, Chief.
Hey, Hafa Adai there, Pauly.
Thank you so much again for just having a conversation with you. So I can kind of gauge your thoughts on this Guam Defense Forum. Were you there for both days?
Yes, I was there for both days, and it was, it was such a successful forum, a conference, an opportunity to network and meet with a lot of our people, in the Department of Defense and Guam, the military.
Right.
And also individuals from off island came over to speak and, present some information on their role, of course, that they have in some of them from the private sector defense industry, but it was really very valuable, to have an opportunity to network among the government of Guam leadership and also the military, then even private sector corporations and businesses that were there.
Understood. Yeah. And so looking at how, because I talked to a couple mayors, right? Mayor Jesse Allig and also Mayor Anthony Chargaloff on, what their role could be as mayors in case of emergencies, in case of disasters, in case of man-made emergencies, right? Or disasters, right? And so and I understanding that you're a former chief of police, but all former Marine, all of that. But as a DOC director, is that role lined up pretty well? You understand what the role will be for Department of Corrections and whatnot in case of these kinds of emergencies?
Yes, because Pauly, because a lot of the, some of the theme, major theme of some of this was readiness, right?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, we don't want war to take place, right? Always want diplomacy to win over.
Right.
The tensions in the Asia Pacific region and theater, in Indo-Pacific.
Right.
And, a lot of it was mentioned in previous administration, during the Obama administration. It was a pivot toward Asia and the Pacific. But then, you have Ukraine now and the Middle East, and Gaza.
Yes.
So, but it still doesn't take out the tension. But everything on the theme about readiness was how could Department of Defense, and then of course they mentioned, because someone asked the question, are you the War Department? And go, well, the White House has an executive order, they could be called the War Department, but there's still Department of Defense.
Right.
And what sort of role and engagement, they'll have to be transparent, provide information, to the community, and try and get the community engaged as a partner, because again, like as you said about mayors, what was on their mind, of course, was about just how much resources could be available for the community in terms of this preparedness of what to expect.
Right.
Should Guam get caught? We're in the crossfire
of
these tensions and stuff.
Was that? I was really hoping to. I just couldn't. Doing the show right at 4:15 to 5:15, there was a tabletop discussion enhancing partner nation engagement and regional diplomacy. And on this panel was Governor Lulian Guerrero, Governor David Apatang, the governor of the CNMI, Mr. Leonido Bacalando, the Secretary of Department of Justice of the Federated States of Micronesia, right? And so they were having this tabletop discussion, I guess, and I'm not sure if you saw it, but FEMA recently had like a tabletop exercise, and you were part of that, right?
Yes, I was. One of the key things that I recall from the tabletop discussion that they had with Governor Leon Guerrero.
Okay, yeah.
Of course, the representative of Governor Apatang was there.
Okay.
In his place, right?
Okay.
As Chief of Staff.
Got it.
And then, of course, Secretary of Department of Justice, Federated States of Micronesia.
Right.
The interesting part there is the Secretary of Department of Justice, Federated States of Micronesia had mentioned that they're hearing about the rates of individuals from FSM, who have been, caught in the criminal justice system here, right?
Yeah.
And that of course, because right after that discussion, the tabletop discussion, Lieutenant Governor Tenorio said he was thinking of me because when the Secretary of Justice FSM said, what could they do? What they can do to engage with the Guam's leadership in terms of, I sense he was saying, how could we sort of like help out with the FSM community here
sure.
to reduce those rates of them being, a high rate of them being in our criminal justice system in a negative side,
right.
incarceration or offenses.
Right.
Is it like culture shock again? Because that's been discussed a lot, with in the past.
Right.
Having to orientate them, it's a culture shock when they come to Guam from their islands, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so there were some. It was interesting because, of course, there's always a commitment from the Guam leadership, from the governor, lieutenant governor, and the legislature, and the judiciary to work with FSM citizens here,
right.
In terms of knowing that there's sometimes a difference in their culture. Although we're all Pacific Islanders, there's
sure.
a sort of like shock. Like
sure.
Guam's considered fast-paced,
right,
as compared to the lifestyle that they have in their
right.
islands out there.
Right. Yeah, and I think even some of their islands are dry states too, right?
I believe so, because, but just from hearing, because I haven't had the opportunity to go out and actually go. Even when I was chief of police, I've always had my staff represent me going down to the South Pacific or to the FSM for some of the conferences there. Yes.
Right. And so, I mean, their government must understand what alcohol does, right? Affects the communities and whatnot, and put policies in place that say this area, or I don't know the full details on it, but from what I was told, whether it's a full ban on alcohol or at a certain time they have to stop it a lot earlier than us, right? Because you have to stop selling at like 1:45 in the morning, and then you can't sell again until 9 a.m. I believe there's some policies like that in some of our neighboring islands. But even more extended time, if not the whole time. I'm not 100% sure, but obviously the government, their government's addressing it.
In some of the discussion, the Secretary, Department of Justice, Mr. Lenito Bacalando, had also indicated that they are, the positive side of FSM engaging. Although we want to be at the table, the compact impact. Is he discussed about how they are aligned with Interpol and the law enforcement aspect, Australia, New Zealand, and they want to share information with our law enforcement. I've actually had people in my basic academy training who were from Ponape and from Chuuk, and they end up going back to their islands and becoming the leadership there for the Ponape or Chuuk, and there are a lot of the FSM who are joining, who are patriotic and have joined the Department of Defense in the military.
Nice, yes, absolutely. I think also a concern of theirs too is our invasive species, and so they definitely don't want some of our invasive species to make it to their islands and whatnot, right? And so those things even have those conversations even take place when it comes to like trade and whatnot, ships coming from us to their islands, and just monitoring any kind of invasive species that can destroy their ecosystems.
Yeah. So it was pretty very valuable to hear from the chief of staff from CNMI for the governor, Apatang. Also relaying the fact I think he said he was a military veteran and served in the army, but had indicated that Guam is at the tip of the spear, but so is CNMI, because there's a lot of military activities too that include the what's happening with CMI, and then of course the challenge, the socio-economic challenge that CMI has encountered, same as Guam is, because we're within the vicinity of each other.
Yeah. Well, that brings up what Senator Tello Taitagui was concerned about. She was concerned about the relationship that some of our neighboring islands would have with China, and how that could, if things were to pop off, what does that conflict look like with those relationships? Did you hear any of that conversation, or
there was some. I heard Senator Tello Taitagui bring that out. I think she was referring to with the Compact of Free Association, that comes with the United States Agreement on Defense, of the our Micronesian neighbors, and of course, because the competitor adversary, of course, that was constantly being named, of course, the China, the People's Republic of China.
Right.
China has made made attempts that it's called checkbook diplomacy to go into the South Pacific, and of course that raises concerns. So it's a challenge for the United States.
Yeah.
And I've heard it too in discussions when I was at the Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies, the Daniel Inouye, over there, center over there in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Right.
Discussions from colleagues indicate the potential flashpoints that can happen in Kashmir, in Central Asia, India, and Pakistan.
Yeah.
But in the Oceania, the competition of having defense alliances, with Pacific regional our neighbors that we have, Australia and New Zealand, of course, has always been aligned with the United States. And, of course, the tensions, of course, of what happens in the Malacca Strait, Singapore, and that area. Because we want free navigation and movement in the United States. That's the ultimate thing. And have a strategy that includes allies, coordinated. That's why we have these exercises. And it's always in Guam that they choose sometimes, right, for those exercises for interoperability among the different military allies that we have.
So what does a director of DOC or even your DOC officers, what role do they play? I mean, like with your FEMA, I don't know how much you can share with your FEMA exercise, right? And the role playing of missile attacking and I think hitting the Port Authority or whatnot, right? What would happen if we have an emergency like that taking place? I imagine full lockdown, but maybe some officers would be deputized to go out on the field to assist?
Well, it was. I didn't bring it up during the two-day conference, but of course, history have shown that, I'll just tell you, on the attack on Pearl Harbor, once that happened, in World War II, immediately California, it started in California. They started gathering up, and it was, they've been repaid back and compensated for the Japanese Americans being, housed and detained, right?
Right.
For detention centers. Here in Guam, if it was a sort of like it goes into a hot war, it wasn't discussed much, but, the role of ensuring that on the community of Guam, there are individuals who might be insider threats. The lead agency, of course, from the military aspect of it, Naval Investigative Services are always part of that. You've been, I think you've been in the Navy, right?
Coast Guard, U.S. Coast Guard, yeah.
NCIS.
Yeah.
And, they look at potential espionage, FBI, right? And they look at what are the insider threats that we have that could be in Guam that may have to be looked at and the attention on that, right? And then, of course, where do you place them? Where would that detention center be at, right? And Department of Corrections has been the go-to place, right, for our for INS, and way back the 700 some illegal Chinese immigrants were back in Manila.
That's right.
So we have a sort of like critical infrastructure role, correctional facilities in the mainland, and Guantanamo Bay is considered what you would call they call it a prison camp or something like that, right? But they're holding clients that have been deemed, terrorists, right? Declared by the State Department, right? So they have certain sort of legal things that they have to go through. So we would Department of Corrections would be part of that from the local aspect about the resources they'll be looking at us, because we've had military people come over and take a look at our facilities, and then they have to look forward in planning, what's going to happen, in 2027, which was they call it the date that China's
like Davidson window.
Yeah, in Taiwan. Yeah, that window.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, while I got you here, I mean, we are still waiting to see how they're going to decide if the budget is going to be, if they're going to override the budget or whatnot. I don't see anybody else introducing anything. And so are you concerned with the delay with, getting the proper funding for DOC for fiscal year 2026 in any way?
Well, again, it's a wait and see to look at. But I think I made the point, and I think the lawmakers, were recognizing, that by eliminating $5 million from our budget,
right?
So that presents a challenge, especially if we're going to move forward and planning ahead to actually get a prison constructed, and also fix things up. Yeah. We have the budget there, and we want to continue that because there's a vulnerability, and what we don't want is some sort of like major breach of security breach that can affect.
Right.
As I said, those were part of the things that were being amplified. I think our lawmakers listen to that. The governor understands that and knows the challenges we have, and has been very helpful in moving things, especially among the administration. Whenever I needed the kind of resources I needed to increase our security recruitment and make it quicker in terms of getting more people and the resources that I need on board, and also to fix things up here in Manila and in Aganatin.
Well, thanks, Chief, for the conversation. I always appreciate them.
Okay, thanks, Pauly, and have a great day and great evening.
You too, Chief.
Okay.
All right, 5:34 in the afternoon. We'll take our break. This is our last one, and then we'll meet you on the other side right here on the Talk of Guam, Wave 105.
All right, here we go, everybody. Taking our last look at real deal traffic to see what's going on out there on the streets. Big shout outs, of course, to our friends at Mobile Guam. Energy lives here, and our friends over there at Guam Auto Spot. You can visit them online at guamautospot.com today. Here we go. Let's go ahead and just take a look. It is... I always wish I had better news for you guys, but unfortunately, this is, again, something we expect in this 5 o'clock hour, so let's just get it done and over with, right? There's no easy way to let y'all know, but it is a lot of traffic out there, especially on Route 1. I'm starting here in Hagatnya at the Chikapua Loop. I don't know why I struggled to say that, but the Chikapua Loop is definitely a little bit busy, especially for those who are coming from like the Tumuning area, making their way to Hagatnya, making their way to that intersection, I should say. So just be on the lookout there. There is traffic on both sides for anyone who's traveling on Route 1 into Tumuning. If you're coming from the ITC intersection and making your way to the next one where there's the Route 30 that would lead you to Oka. That's pretty busy. And then even on the opposite side, for those coming from that same Oka area, or that intersection that leads to Oka, I should say, and headed northbound, is very, very congested as well. And this line kind of just goes throughout the intersections. Like, from what I'm seeing, there's no stop in between. The line just goes and goes and goes. But it does stop here. Oh, wait, there's a little good news. It stops here at the airport road, right where the mobile is on Route 1. Right across from the airport road, a long line of cars, and I did say that earlier, right? There was going to be a lot of congestion, especially headed northbound on a Route 1. You do get a little bit of a break, and then there is just a little bit more traffic there at that intersection where JFK is. And then continuing northbound, friends, you can expect traffic as you approach the Palisan Victorious intersection. And then you have also by the mall. A lot of congestion headed northbound. Again, normal, but keep that in mind. Let's see where else. We caught a Hagatnya. Sinahanya is already looking very busy, to be expected. Again, at this intersection where the mobile is in Sinahanya, that starts there and goes all the way down near the fast food place, right, as you make your way down the hill into Hagatnya. So that line is pretty long, and it will only get longer. That I know for sure. Trust me, I left my workplace 5:30. Boy, that line was long. Let's see, Chalampago is definitely busy as well for those that are headed to that Chalampago intersection where Manila and Chalampago meet. Otherwise, everywhere else is A-okay. It really is just on Route 1 headed northbound. So be on the lookout for that, friends. Again, take your time, whichever way you're headed to, and continue to keep it locked here. Once again, this is your Real Deal Traffic Report. It's being brought to you by our friends over there at Mobile Oil Guam. Energy lives here. And our friends over there at Guam Auto Spot. Keep it locked.
It's the Guam Auto Spot Overstock Sell-Off. And our manager is absolutely crazy for dropping these deals. Right now, drive off in a brand new 2025 Eclipse Cross for just $24,995. That's $2,000 off the original price. Plus, check out our high-quality pre-owned vehicles, fully inspected and ready for the road. Get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com or call 478-AUTO to schedule your test drive today. It's the Guam Auto Spot Overstock Sell-Off, and everything must go.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. It's Damon Michael, your GDOB PIO. Make sure you tune in every Friday at 10 a.m. for our agency's Educuento series, where we give you the latest and greatest from the Department of Education.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
All right, welcome back. The bright side here on Wave 105. Something not so bright. It's actually unfortunate news here. So, this is an update from GPA, the Guam Ukadu Power independent contractor. Do you know what I'm about to say?
Please, Pauly, I'm scared. What? I don't.
The full commissioning of the power plant in Ukadu has been delayed until December. December?
I am so sorry.
I was counting the days to October 1st.
We were literally counting. So sorry. I'm not super upset, but I'm wow.
I'm freaking out.
I'm upset because all that. Oh my gosh. Okay.
I'm resting my cheeks on my microphone. December. I'm okay with, I guess, mid-October.
But December?
But, oh my goodness, we were getting so excited. Like, it's coming. We're almost here. Just a slight delay, but I think we can still. December of 2025. Okay, so that's the end of the year. Let me just give you some quotes here because it's not all bad news.
Okay.
While this delay is outside of GPA's control, we remain committed to keeping the community informed, taking every step to safeguard reliable service until the full plant comes online. GPA is actively managing available resources and working with our contractor and regulators to ensure stability for our customers during this extended period. Although the plant is not yet fully commissioned, the Guam Ukadu plant has indicated that it is able to produce approximately 120 megawatts during testing under combined cycle operations. GPA is working with the GUP and Guam EPA to determine the conditions under which this interim capacity may be used to support the island's power needs. At the same time, Cabris Unit 1 is expected to return to service in the near term, which will further strengthen the grid. GPA continues to carefully manage available generation resources to meet customer demand, particularly during peak hours. It's not good news. It's not, but we can only control what we can control, right?
Very true. Absolutely.
All right, so to the phone lines we go. Yep. Attorney Pete is on the line. Hafa Adai, Attorney Pete.
Hafa Adai, Pauly.
Hafa Adai, friend.
Biba, almost not yet, pretty soon business.
Right. We are about just a little over 6 hours away.
Right. So I'm confused. Didn't they originally put out a full commissioning date and then they moved it up and then now they moved it back? I mean, it's not really like delaying it. They're just going back to the original date, right?
The original date, I don't remember it being December of 2025. I remember it being, I could
be wrong, but I just remember they pushed it up and then now they're pushing it back. So, seems like it's a wash.
We'll see. Yeah.
Yeah. But, all this hoopla with the Defense Forum and all the, I guess, worry and concern over buildup and all this.
Okay.
If we just take a deep breath and step back for a little bit, we've seen this movie before, right? We had all that buildup in the 70s and 80s, and then what happened in the late 90s? We had BRAC, base realignment and closure.
Right.
All that. Looks like we're just going through the same thing again, and then 40 years from now, I mean, right now the build-up's been what? It was supposed to start in 2005, and here we are 20 years later, and it's building up, but it took a long time to get to where we are compared to the planned start date. And then 40 years from now, we'll see it reduce again. So, that's just one point of view. But the other thing, I've been listening on the radio. I did not attend the forums, but just listening to the snippets and what you're talking about. This is nothing new. This is a familiar playbook of the Department of Defense, now the Department of War. You said partner nation engagement, key leader engagement, community engagements. That's what they just do. That's part of the playbook. They meet with the locals and try to make relationships and hear people out. But it's really, at the end of the day, all just lip service, because they're just going to do what they're going to do. Try to make us feel like we took part of it, but didn't really. But it's all about PR. It's all about public relations. It's all about that. That's just part of the DOD playbook.
Well, somebody should pull Captain Harry Elliott to the side and just, maybe he should temper down some of his sarcasm, though. Because he basically, when one of our own was just asking I thought it was a valid concern. So if you're now Department of War, is there a Department of Defense? And he kind of said, you mean you haven't read the executive order? I would encourage you to. And she goes, no, I haven't. I'm a farmer. I farm.
Yeah. So that they come from a different culture, from a different mentality. And I wasn't going to say this, but, having been on the other side, interfacing with other countries and other things, I've heard a lot of, the conversations in DOD and with active duty military and the defense civilians. They don't have a very high esteem or high opinion of locals, and I'm talking about foreign nationals, right, or foreign countries. There's always the snide comments and things like that, and they it's just a difference in culture. It's a difference in worldview. It's a different in perspective. And I'm pretty sure, that those same kind of conversations and opinions, happen within the walls of the folks that are headquartered here, right? When they talk about Chamorros and locals, I'm sure there are some not so flattering things that are said. But that's just how people are. We say a lot of not so flattering things about them, right?
I don't know. I mean, only in I don't know. So I wouldn't necessarily call. I'm not going to say that he was looking down on her race or whatnot. I just thought that it was a valid question, and the response wasn't as though it was a stupid question. And then, what do you mean you don't? What do you mean you don't read the president's executive order? I would encourage everyone to. I'm like, people are not. That's not what is the priority
that's not
of
their
people's
livelihood.
Yeah.
For him, it's his livelihood. He has to read all that stuff.
Right. Exactly. And
yeah,
so
he's the PR guy, right? So obviously he has to read all that
answer
stuff.
the question, not be like, what do you mean you don't know the answer to this? It's clearly that it's a secondary name that the president is, the president is saying we can be both. But I mean, she doesn't know this, and she shouldn't have to know it.
And him being the PR guy, he should be able to read the room.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
He should be able to understand his audience and read the room, and he's not talking to one of his subordinate officers.
Right. I think so.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
But all I'm saying is all this stuff is just par for the course, par for the playbook. This is what they do. This is how they engage. And is there anything fruitful coming out of it? Maybe. But most of the times it's just lip service, and you always got to ask, okay, what's the so what?
Right.
But what's what are we doing here? What are we getting out of this? How is this constructive? Maybe just in mutual understanding and maybe getting some clarification about what's happening and going on and staying informed. But that's the benefit we're gonna get is just a little bit of information and knowledge. We're not really at the table, so to speak, when it comes to the decisions and the things that are going on. We're allowed to voice our concerns, and maybe they might consider it, maybe they might not.
Well, I would hope I hope that they continue those conversations about the allowing open dialogue with all of the federal agencies with the government of Guam as to how it is impacting Guam, the construction and the buildup, especially when it comes to the missile defense system. I would hope that they carry on those conversations with the Secretary of Defense or also AKA Secretary of War.
Yeah, SecWar. Now, here's the thing that I've observed being within the ranks over there is that, the commanders on the ground and the people that are here, they may be the ones to communicate and even collect information, but then does it ever make it to the decision makers in Washington? Maybe, maybe not. A lot of it gets lost because of all the other competing priorities, right? So at the end of the day, we may spend a couple of days here, gripping and grinning and talking and feeling better about ourselves. But then what is the actual, benefit of that? Other than, we get to know each other on a face-to-face basis instead of just names and titles. Does any of that information filter and get over to where the decision makers are? A lot of times it doesn't. And I'm just talking reality. I'm not trying to be pessimistic. I'm just trying to be realistic.
Sure. I feel you. Yeah. I'm going to run Miss Magodai is on the line.
Yeah, every time I call, she calls right after me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So maybe they'll time.
Maybe I make her Magodai.
Okay. All right. Adjust. Attorney Pete. Senora Magodai, Hafa Adai.
Hi, Pauly.
Hafa Adai.
Hafa Adai. Happy Thursday, no?
Biba Webis.
Yeah, day, Pauly. That song. Oh, I'm sorry. I know that Frank was saying, is that Frank Santos, right?
Attorney Pete Santos.
Oh, Pete Santos, yeah. I overheard him saying that every time he called, I called him. I said, it's okay, because I like to hear him talking to. Anyway, how much megawatt do you think this power plant or, Pauly, are we going to have here in Guam? I mean, the power plant, because look at, we have one in PD. Right. There's two, right? GPA and the federal site. Then there's one that is up in Dededo being built, right?
Yeah, Ukadu, yes.
Yeah. How is that going to feed our area here on the whole island when they're going to build more houses, even there in Dededo, in Jigo, and then also on the south side? And you know what, Pauly, I was just thinking that if that's what's going to happen, we're going to be having a lot of power outages. We're going to be having low power water pressure, right? And with all this feeding, I don't think it's enough for the whole entire island. And also, Pauly, the power plant that was built in NCS Okadu, that is really not a right area to build that power plant, because if they're going to build those houses around that area, remember the soot that is going up in the air. And that's really bad for the people's health. Okay? And then also, they should have a plan to have all this power plant where it's going to be had or where it's going to be built. They should also have one area up in Dededo also. And it's not enough to feed everybody in this power. Because the last couple of weeks, we have a power outage. And when I overheard there's a problem there, I don't think so, Pauly. I think it was just like they're not really watching the megawatt or the oil or whatever. How it is when it runs to monitor all those feed for those power plant in there, like the oils, maybe the turbine. It couldn't be the turbine either. Maybe the tip is just they need to how they call it, lower their pressure down and maybe clean those tips one by one. So that's why we always have those black suits showing up in the air. Because end of the tip is maybe it's just too dirty, and they're not really monitoring that. So I don't know what's the issue in power plant, always power outages. But, I don't know, Pauly, we don't even have a plan that what people can know and what's going on in the future when they're building this. When they're building power plants around here, we're only going to have, like, how many power plants do we have right now?
We have the one in PT, right? And so there's actually 2 over there. And so this Ukadu power plant, according to the Guam Power Authority, will add 198 megawatts of capacity, right? And is expected to reduce fuel imports by over 900,000 barrels annually. And so that combined with renewable energy and also the plant, because they're not going to completely shut down the one in PT, but it can meet demand, especially at peak. But you're right, though, if we're becoming more dense of a population, if our population starts to go right back up to 170 or even 200,000 with all of the military buildup, they really do have to consider more resiliency when it comes to our power and whatnot, right? And infrastructure too. And so, but
that's right, Pauly.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's right. They have to have a plan because a coming future, I don't know what it's going to be like. I know a lot of us, maybe the people here in our island of Guam, probably we're going to be looking after maybe power outages, low water pressure, and that's really bad because we don't expect this to happen. And, with all these houses that are going to be built up, but you said infrastructure of all this housing, like Nictam, Okadu, the Marine, the back road of Anderson, there's houses that are going to be built.
Yes.
I don't know how they're going to feed everybody, with our plans.
Yes. Yeah.
So, you know what? They have to really be careful because, they have to demilitarize all this water to have a very good water to go into that boiler so that the boiler can be making those power plant run really good,
Right.
So we can have a good stack up there.
Right. Yeah.
So, that's all I will have to say, Pauly, because, with all these outages, I don't understand why. And, I hope they can think about what's best for John Beneventi to do all this plan or whatever, who is communicating with, and hopefully that in the future we're not going to have this problem anymore.
I hope not. I mean, that's the whole reason why when I read the release that just came out in the last hour that it's being pushed back all the way to December. And so what does that look like from now until December? Continue to ask the community to be mindful of peak times and the possibility of roving power outages are going to continue for the next 3 months, because it's not just me saying this. GPA is saying this. Once this goes online, say goodbye to the load shedding, right? And also cheaper power bills. That's what we have to look forward to. And so I'm counting down the minutes for that, for a more affordable, or because even every dollar counts. I'm counting pennies at this point, and so if they're telling me that my power bill is going to be $22 cheaper, yes, please, I want it to be cheap. 22 is still even better.
So. But look at our water bills already; it's already high.
Yeah.
and then they're going to increase it again? Come on. They're going to increase our water bill. And then now the power, every time you go and pay for the power, it's credited, right? But when you, like maybe 3 months from now, maybe by December, probably your power is going to go up high.
Yeah.
So, we have to look into this and monitor this because you know what? Like I said, there's going to be a lot of infrastructure going to be built in the future, and I don't know where we're going to be standing. I don't know about how people's going to feel without aircon, when they really like to have aircon in their home. Water outage. I'd rather have water than power, right? But, we need both.
Right.
But, we need to look into all this, and they should have a plan. Really, what's coming ahead of us, because our children are they're growing up, and, they need to have all this too. So, to benefit themselves on whatever they need, water, power. Right. But if this is going to be happening all through the years and years, I don't know what's going to happen, We're all going to probably suffering a lot.
I hope not. Well, thank you so much.
Okay.
Senora Magodai, I appreciate you. All right, we're gonna get out of here. I can't. Thanks. Yeah, it's time to get out of here. All right. So thank you so much for tuning in. We are going to be back tomorrow. Mornings with Patty.
Yeah.
I'll be filling in. So I'll be on from 6 to 10 in the morning and some more special guests as well. So tune in for that. And it's Friday, so you'll have national programming till we get another Brightside right here on Wave 105. Everybody get home safe. Be kind to each other, especially out on those roads. Adios.
KGUM FM, Danido. The talk of Guam is Wave 105 FM.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Toscano. ABC says their late-night show, Jimmy Kimmel Live, has been, quote, preempted indefinitely. FCC Chairman Brendan Carr characterized comments made by Kimmel Monday night related to the suspect in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
What appears to be an action by Jimmy Kimmel to play into that narrative that this was somehow a MAGA or Republican motivated person.
Carr was on Benny Johnson's The Benny Show podcast. When the end came, it came swiftly.
When in the Los Angeles area, tourists often line up to watch a show taping outside the Jimmy Kimmel Live studio.
They just came out. They told us, "We're really sorry, guys. Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm just going to have to ask everyone to leave."
Comments made by Kimmel during his Monday monologue about the murder of conservative activist Charlie Kirk have prompted Disney's ABC to pull the show indefinitely. President Trump on social media calls it great news for America. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
President Trump attended a formal banquet hosted by King Charles and Queen Camilla, part of the pageantry and policy of a state visit.
I'm Vicky Barker in London. Let's face it, the Brits didn't roll out their biggest ever honor guard for President Trump because all those horses needed the exercise.
Every state visit often leads to an 8 to 10% increase in trade as a result of the agreements made.
Political scientist Inderjeet Parmar.
President Trump's next meeting is with Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Tech investment and steel tariffs are items on the agenda for discussion. Back home, Democrats have released a counteroffer to Republican budget plans to fund the government and avert a possible shutdown next